Alright, so Azreen, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
and a very good morning to everyone. So for today's topic, inshallah, I will provide a very brief coverage regarding the topic that is ethics in psychology, a follow-up from what we covered last week, basically about the research in psychology itself. So when it comes to the ethics in psychology itself, of course, because our intention is definitely how to ensure that there is an integration process between what is currently practiced in relation to the knowledge about human sciences, in addition to that, of course, to the practices of Islam, the teachings of Islam itself. We cannot talk about ethics without talking about what is considered as ethics. When it comes to an Islamic perspective, basically there's this idea whereby ethics is about governing us. That's actually also true for the understanding of ethics in the Western perspective. What is governing us in terms of what is morally right and also what is morally wrong. When it comes to that as well, it's basically about communicating the fact that what we do, our actions itself, how we define it, how we practice it, on top of that also, of course, how others perceive it as well. And as a community, it's about doing either the right for our own self-interest or for the benefit of others, or basically for a greater purpose. So in Islam, there is actually this excellence in character. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was actually sent to us to perfect the good character itself, and therefore what we should do and utilize is that to be guided by this. So the content and focus of today, what we're going to communicate about is like, first of all, briefly we're going to talk about how do we define ethics itself, and then the utility of Islamic ethics in ensuring that the practice of psychology, whether it be in research or in practices, are basically aligned with, of course, the Islamic perspective as well. And then psychology without ethics to further provide to us a proper, clear reason as to why it is important that ethics is actually considered and also discussed in the practice and research. And also going to provide some relevant examples regarding ethics in research and practice in psychology. So beginning with the defining ethics aspect. So ethics and moral, actually, they're almost intertwined. Ethics itself is referred to moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conduct of any activity, at least providing to us values to what is right and what is wrong. Now, we are basically taught about what's right and wrong. And the formation is that whereby we actually have the intellectual ability to understand and make a decision as to what is right and wrong. Ethics in psychology would be referring to the governing research as well as professional practices so that we can ensure the continuous integrity, professionalism, and also it's also about maintaining public trust. The field itself is a pure practice that actually concerns the general public itself. Without ethics itself, there is a problem whereby the value of the field itself could be tamed. On top of that, it's also about preventing violation of moral values, especially among the practitioners. In Islam, on the other hand, we do have the concept of huluk and also akhlaq, which is briefly can be defined as the good character. The good character simply is telling us that to not tell lies, to not kill, and to not harm the innocent. The Quran and Hadith itself is rich, themselves are rich with guidance on how to be righteous. And also, as I mentioned before, the Prophet ﷺ has been sent to perfect the noble traits. Ethics provide standards for what men should do. And when it comes to it as well, regarding our own character, the moral virtues that we have actually is about our own internal, not only desire, but like predisposition. Predisposition were an intention, absolute intention to at least act in the correct way. Or basically to make sure that there is no deficiency or deprivation in the action or behavior that could lead us towards the wrong. And also there's no excessiveness of action or behavior that again could actually jeopardize us in our relationship with others. Without ethics, of course, there's continuous cheating, corruption, discrimination, lying, stealing, murder, assault, slander, rape, or even fraud. So therefore, without ethics, proper ethics in practice, especially in a field, so psychology itself is study of human behavior and also mental processes. If we were to study about human psychology without the use of ethics, there will be an issue whereby, of course, it will be unguided. And then later on, I will showcase to you in cases where the intention is to actually further understand about mankind, yet what happens is that they are actually people who are being put at risk themselves. So, in regards to the Islamic ethics, for Islamic ethics, right, it is founded by the worldview that whereby we as human, we are basically created as what we call as vicegerent, which therefore we actually have a huge moral responsibility. And it's not something that is just from worldly aspect. It's actually really also is inclusive of the transcendental, the beyond beyond the worldly aspect in the hereafter as well. So based on this understanding itself, it is good to know the fact that our life here is actually based on a divine plan by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And also, therefore, it means that we actually have a purpose here. It's not really hedonistic in nature, but rather we actually have a reason to fulfill. We actually have a purpose to fulfill. And then that itself is actually bounded by the ethics that we need to commit to. All right. So therefore, in regards to our purpose in this world, is continuously about striving for the best, to be the most perfect character. So therefore, we need to make sure that we manage our lives and improve our lives on earth by using the right guidance. And the guidance has to be by the divine laws, which is the value of Allah basically already prescribed and written in the Quran and Sunnah. Allah SWT has basically given us as well, if we focus on this worldview, the fact that we are the vicegerent, we have been given the ability, the intellectual ability to understand the words of Allah, to understand the wahyu itself. And also, we have also been given the ability to act upon them. So it's not just about knowing and understanding, it's about acting upon them. And then ultimately, we are given that free will to decide. The free will to decide whether to commit or to neglect. To neglect, what is morally right and also what is morally wrong. So therefore, our position as a person is actually at the highest level. It's not just because of our intellectual ability, but also because of the free will aspect. So considering the fact that ethics exists on the spectrum of right and wrong, we're actually provided with that specific nature of having to not only think and reflect what to do, what not to do, but once we've understood it, we're also given the right to actually make a decision what is right and what is wrong. However, at the ultimate end is that to ensure that whatever it is that we decided upon, we need to make sure that it's about the perfect character and establishing ourselves as actually the vicegerent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So to simplify the purpose of Islamic ethics itself, in regards to it, so we have basically, about focus of the good conducts. The good conducts are basically the actions that we need to commit to that is basically fitting and meeting our own human nature that is fitrah. We are born in a state of fitrah, all of us. Therefore, when we are born, we are basically almost like we are in the state of a blank slate, pure and clean. And therefore, as we go through this world, there are many tests out there. There are many things that basically could actually either taint us or affect our faith and affect our character. However, with the guidance of the Wahyu itself, we are continuously going to be ensuring that we return back to the state of fitrah, and that is only natural. And then it's about actually ensuring that we assign ourselves with a good faith rather than allowing ourselves to actually be tainted by weak religious faith. Having a good morality is a sign of strong positive religious faith. And therefore, it is important that we actually inculcate and practice Islamic ethics to ensure that continuously we enforce good religious faith within us. And then it's about returning, just like how returning to the human nature of fitrah is also about returning to our true selves. The true selves, the Quran itself has provided us with account of what makes a good human character. So therefore, if we were to go astray, that means that we do not attempt to actually ensure that we're practicing our good true nature of human character. Good morality, good practice, good ethics itself is about developing the Quranic account of that human character, without it which we are basically defying our natural self. And then finally, it's about purifying ourselves and also about realizing the fact that we do not exist on our own. It's not just about us. So part of what is actually allowing us to develop, and practice Islamic ethics is that indeed one of it is about purifying, basically enjoining the taqiyya and nafs. But also the fact that it's about improving our relations with other members of the community. We're not alone on this world. There are many basically ethics and moral principles that have been provided to us to tell us that these are the ways to ensure that you're not only doing good to improve your relation with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to ensure that you are basically of a good character, you're also doing good to ensure that you are existing as part of a community, engaging with others, as well as other creatures of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, Islamic ethics provides guidance on how to continuously develop all of this throughout our lives, and we cannot disregard it or we cannot disintegrate it from the practice of psychology itself, especially considering the fact that psychology itself is actually about dealing with human beings. It's about knowing the fact that what makes a person decide, what makes a person act, and what will be the best thing for the person. We talk about the goals of psychology research last week. We talk about how it's about trying to describe, trying to explain, trying to basically predict what's going to happen in the future. And on top of that, of course, the final thing is that with the knowledge that you have about human, we hope that we can assist them in terms of making sure that what will be the best way to make sure that a person can reach their full potential. And these are basically this cannot exist without us employing the Islamic ethics, which is about returning to the natural human state and about perfecting the character themselves. The features of Islamic perspectives, there are a few that I can basically put and provide here. So we have transcendental. The transcendental aspect of Islamic ethic is because it is incredibly pure, it is incredibly divine. It cannot come from humankind. It actually came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. So ultimately, the knowledge about Islamic ethics, the practice of Islamic ethics is actually emerging from the Creator himself. So it's almost impossible for it to be untrue, and it's almost impossible for it to be filled with mistakes. And another thing is that regarding the future of Islamic ethics is about enforcing and informing us about the nature of man. We are basically a creature created with soul within us. That soul allows us to understand and also to have this ability to relate with the divine, that is including our creator. And on top of that, it also allows us to basically inculcate behaviors and interact with other creatures that have been created by the divine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That nature itself is actually good. Unlike some of the common perception of certain scholars in psychology perceiving that men are doomed to their own hedonistic nature. Men are doomed to their own desires. There's no control over it. So unlike those ideas, especially for example from the psychodynamic perspective, even from the behavioral perspective, or even from psychosocial perspective, they perceive that we are bounded by what is provided to us in this earth. And therefore, almost every action of ours, it doesn't have this innate soulful nature, but rather is the idea that the environment that we grew up in, whatever we're born into, those are the things that guide us. And if it's bad, along with us came along, actually, endorsing that and continue that. Like, it's interesting because when I was teaching in my the lesson forensic psychology, we talk a lot about how environmental factors generally influence people to commit criminal actions. But we don't discuss further about how naturally, actually, it is important when that we understand that men naturally are born with good disposition. We're not born as a monster. We're not born as a monster. However, it is also natural that we do have that part of us, allowing us that ability to acquire evil traits. Na'uzubillahi min zalik. So that is actually also a natural part of us, and understanding this allows us to encapsulate and adopt the idea that yes, there is two parts, the morally right and the morally wrong. The feature of man is that we are naturally good. However, as part of our nature as well, we can also commit evil things. But yet, because of the soul that we have, we are provided with the intellect, we are also provided with the guidance, and on top of that, we are also provided with the free will. We need to use our intellect to actually understand the guidance provided to us, to properly use the free will that we have to focus on the good nature and to prevent the bad nature. Another thing about the future of Islamic ethics is that the universal code of conduct. One of the theory and philosophical thought that is communicated in ethics is about moral relativity. So the idea about moral relativity is the fact that, hey, there's you, there's me. I have this idea, you have that idea. So therefore, what is morally right and what is morally wrong could be different from person to person, from culture to culture. Now, we do not deny this. We understand the fact that yes, there are potential differences when it comes to ethics and the code of conduct itself. Yet, Islam, the most merciful, and Allah, the most merciful that He is as well, provided us with at least the universal justice and human equality that He aims to provide. There is actually the ultimate guidance that can be provided to us, and this one is actually universal. It can be applied to many. Maybe perhaps the particular practices, understandably, it can differ from culture to culture, context to context, yet the ultimate guidance itself is universal and applicable to many all over the world, as long as you are basically the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then another thing about ethics is that is actually emphasized. And the thing is that in psychology, we call about the dispositional attribution. So the personal attribution of a person, of the individual themselves. The reason why people commit to different things. To do right and wrong, it comes with intention. It is important that we take into account that people, not only do they have to act in accordance with the moral principles, that is usually the norms of the Sharia, the law that is created and also endorsed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's also about ensuring that you do it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. With that intention itself, the pure intention itself, it allows us to not just commit to a good action, but also have the intellectual ability to understand the reason behind a good action can only be for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because every deed that we commit to eventually is about returning to Him. And finally, about the freedom and liberty aspect. So as mentioned just now, of course, we are given the guidance, we are given the intellect, but the ultimate thing is that we are actually free to commit to either follow the right and wrong. But the thing is that, of course, having the intellectual ability itself allows us to understand that to ensure that we do for the best benefit of ourselves. Of course, we understand that the freedom and liberty itself comes with accountability. That means that you are accountable for committing to what is right. You are accountable to committing what is wrong, and it will be held upon you, and even on earth on the day of judgment itself. Therefore, it is highly important that you commit to the right actions continuously. Now we're going to communicate about how it is like in psychology. Sorry. Like, in regards to the psychology itself, this was actually by Hobbes mentioning about that psychology as a field is a field of practice that is actually about endorsing basically about understanding about human behaviors and mental processes. This field itself has been around for about almost more than probably perhaps about around 100 years. But then again, if we were to argue, right, trying to understand about human has been even studied by the medieval scholars, trying to understand what is the nature of human, what makes them basically having either to commit certain types of actions, whether it be about our internal aspect, for example, feeling sad, feeling happy, or even for the external aspect about, our needs, how do we fulfill our needs. The field is incredibly complex itself. In a field so complex where individual and social values are yet but ill-defined, what this means is that the idea is that right and wrong is not something that can be simply stated. All right, there's somewhat differences. Sometimes even the idea is that it's an ever-growing field, right? So it's difficult to play fairly. That means that can we ever be fully right in terms of our decision regarding what to do and what not to do? These are among the debates even in psychology itself. So the desire to play fairly has to be given direction and consistency by some rules of the game. So the idea is the fact that there is at least we need to have principles, we need to have guidance, we need to have at least some sort of ruling that should be established. This rule should do much more than help the unethical psychologists keep out of trouble. They should be of palpable aid to the ethical psychologists in making daily decisions. It's interesting the fact that without ethics, it's hard for us. It's hard for us to practice the field itself. It's not just about preventing morally wrong. It's also about making sure that we retain our integrity in the practice itself. So I want to show two videos, which always I actually show in class to talk about what happens if psychology practices, such as the research practices, all right, doesn't have ethical principles. It's an ever-growing field indeed. There might be more and more discovery in regards to what should be right and what should be wrong. Now, the first one is actually a very popular experiment by Philip Zimbardo. Now, the nature of it is that, of course, some of the ethical practices were already there, but sometimes there might be certain things that we often overlooked. Right, so I will try to play this video to basically show you. Oh, I have to reshare it for the Mia. Share some. So like the interesting thing is that it's something that I will show within my class to talk about the importance of ethics itself in psychology. This is a good example of how perhaps if we don't consider, especially the nature of human in terms of their emotions, their intellect, there might be repercussions to the people at large, to us as well as research. video. Now, for the next video also, it has a similar possible ethical implication as well, which I will discuss. Let's have a look. So this is the Milgram experiment. Again, the intention was pure. It's basically just to understand how the certain concepts in psychology, how they work. But there are certain implications that were found after the research was done. Regarding these two experiments, they are actually incredibly important studies in psychology itself. It actually provides a good amount of knowledge regarding, of course, the concept, like, for example, obedience concept, as well as, like, our own willingness to conform to social norms. However, there's another discovery that was being made in relation to this. That is that how ethical or unethical can a research be in order for us to achieve the ultimate objective is to understand human behavior and mental processes, of course, are the ultimate. We just want to understand basic concept. Hey, why do monsters, why do like certain humans are willing to commit or act some monstrous like actions itself? But the thing is that if we continue this, there are ultimately going to be repercussions. So, for example, here in this regard, what happened within these two experiments that there's a severe, horrifying mental effect on the participants themselves. What happened to them is that basically they felt pressured, they felt like as if they have conducted something horrendous. And this could actually have potential prolonged effect to them. And then if we allow this sort of practices to continue, the legitimacy of the field of psychology and the research alongside with it can be tainted. So therefore, psychology has basically built, especially the American Psychological Association, has basically built certain set of like ethical conduct itself. And we can't just use it, of course, like, adopt it simply as well. We need to also understand the context of Islamic perspectives, which I have discussed earlier. Now, the purpose of the standard psychology ethics conduct is that, of course, any ethical issues regarding individual person, community, or the value, like, community value, religious values, they are resolved. There is actually at least a common understanding about what is right and wrong. Another one is about the competence aspect. Now, psychology itself is, of course, a professional field. It is important that ensuring that anyone practicing within the field itself, of course, have the right knowledge, have the right skills, have the right understanding. It's not just about having the ability to conduct research. It's not just about the ability to understand human behaviors. It's actually about making sure that we do not transgress beyond the unnecessary. Another thing is actually about the common aspect of human relations itself. It is important that, even if we want to advance science, right, we can't just neglect the fact that we are actually dealing with humans. We can't neglect that. It's not just about basically dealing with a participant, a subject, saying that, hey, you're here. The molecular experiment is a good example showcasing that. You are just here as a participant, nothing beyond that. It actually affects the integrity of the research, the practice itself, the field itself. Other items under the standard psychological ethics code that is governed by it. Privacy and confidentiality. This is almost of highest importance. The privacy and confidentiality of the people that are involved, the privacy and confidentiality of the participants of research, the clients that we attend to, the people that we provide support for. Another one is advertising and public statements. It is important that we provide the truth and the ultimate truth. There's no fabrication in our research practices. There's no fabrication in informing the public about what we have found. That is actually incredibly important and key in order to make sure that people trust our work. And education and training itself is similar, whereby, of course, there are certain methods of trying to basically provide and transfer that knowledge to other people. It's also going to be other areas include research and publication. That is about dissemination of knowledge, assessment, assessing people. There's a lot of tools that have been developed in psychology, making sure that we're not sticking to the pseudo-scientific practice, but rather we actually stick to the real intellectual scientific perspective that is actually about endorsing what is actually guided by evidence and guided by the truth. And finally, therapy. Therapy is indeed, there's no way that people don't talk about therapy in psychology. And it is incredibly important that we maintain ethics code in actually conducting and the practice of therapy itself. For example, dealing with clients, making sure that their best interest is actually met. All right? And I believe, I have 3 minutes left. Actually, I believe that is actually all from my side that I can provide. If there is any question, I would love to address.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now we open for Q&A. All the participants, if you have the question, you just raise up your hand, or you can write in the chat box so that we can answer. Doctor can answer for us. Just raise up your hand. I will unmute for you guys. You can unmute yourself, brother. Adariran.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very many thanks for the wonderful presentation, Doctor. I got the two. My question is relating to the last two videos. The first one, I got it. I got the message very correctly. That is the one relating to the first video. But the second video, I'm actually trying to make a correlation between the two. So I don't know if you can just give me a kind of head start with respect to the second video. That's all.
Of
Thank
course,
you very much.
of course, yeah. I apologize because it's a very short video, right? I was very cautious of time. But so these two videos is actually one of the, I would say, represent incredibly important research in the field of psychology itself because it provides a new kind of like highlight about ethics itself. What happens if we don't have ethics in psychology practices? So in the second video, what happened was that the researcher he recruited a number of participants. They are just basically common people referring to the day-to-day man. What they were asked to do is that you come here, your role, you're going to be what is called as teacher. The teacher, what you have to do is that you have to teach the student or the learner list of words to remember. So if they remember it wrong, they'll be punished by being electrocuted. So that's what happened in the experiment itself. But the thing is that as part of the research itself, the electrocution would go from, I can't remember, I think it's about 100 voltage up to 300 voltage, which can be fatal. So there is a strong pressure for the participant. They feel like, do I have to do this? Do I really have to do this? I might kill the man. You know, what happens if I kill the man? I understand I'm a participant. I've been given the responsibility. There is a researcher that tells me that I have to do this, but should I? So, like, later on, they discover that there is a strong emotional impact on the person. And there is a problem of ethics here. How could we force people to do something that they don't want to do? This is actually similar to like if we can reflect on the current situation, right? There was a recent news talking about how a lot of the Israeli Defense Forces members they are now actually suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. So this experiment itself is sort of like a similar replication of that itself. Now, what is the ethical issue here? The ethical issue here, for the sake of us understanding the real world structure of obedience itself, there is a higher authority, there is a person on the ground that has to follow the authority. Should we conduct a research in the hope of pretending that what if this was like the real world, just so that we have a better understanding of it? So I hope that is clear regarding the explanation. So like, you know, basically what happens is that because of that itself, they understand that we shouldn't jeopardize the mental health and the personal like, you know, emotion of our participants just for the sake of research itself. And also actually the learner are active. So what that means is that they were never electrocuted. But the teacher or the participant thought that, oh, they got electrocuted. That's the manipulation or the kind of like the lie that happened during the study itself. I hope that helps. No.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Doctor.
No.
Any one of you want to ask one last question?
I have a question. I'm so sorry. That's really very short time. But okay. It's
Yeah.
very interesting to talk about ethics in psychology. So if I can give my final share, you know, especially if we talk about the integration between ethics and psychology, I provided a very simplistic view. I wish I could talk more about ethics in research practices, ethics in professional practices. For example, you know, we see a lot in the world problems whereby like people actually have questionable ethics in practice. For example, for the sake of like, you know, just for money, probably for popularity. Recently I've been shared by a friend of mine. She mentioned that the fact that because psychology is a triumphing field, alhamdulillah, that's great. But we also have people taking advantage of the knowledge from the field. They don't have the proper practice and skills within psychology. And you know what happens? What happens is that people are guided by the wrong knowledge. People are guided by the wrong information. And it further has negative repercussion. People communicate about how, oh, like regarding mental health, the reason why you have poor mental health is because you're a bad person. That is actually not true. So therefore, like in that regard, right, it further causes neglect to the field itself. It further causes people to even neglect their own mental health. Like imagine like a medical doctor who is being unethical and forcing people, or the reason why you're not healthy is because of your own personal self. You are the problem because you are a bad person or you are unethical, but not providing the right kind of like information. So yeah. What are the potential consequences for practitioners if psychological ethics are not upheld in mental health practice? There are many, but like the first thing that I actually shared just now is number one, people won't trust us anymore. If people don't trust us anymore, the field itself can be obsolete, but that would be on the extreme measure. On top of that, of course, like when we are actually supposed to inculcate or like, ensure the practice of good mental health, for example, eventually people who genuinely needs help won't be able to get the help that they needed. Like if we were to talk about the COVID-19 situation back then, how people lack trust for vaccine, for example. People lack trust for the government ruling regarding protecting your. Those are like, some of the implications that could happen. So therefore, without ethical practices, public trust might be tainted. And on top of that, people might even practice the wrong thing entirely and further affecting people's health. I think that's yeah, I'm thinking for the time. So that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for a wonderful present today. Alhamdulillah. I hope all the participants can grab the wonderful knowledge today. Thank you very much, Doctor. See you next time, inshallah.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Zeti, are you here? Dr. Zeti? Doctor, I'm already met your co-host. Open mic, Doctor. We can't hear you. Dr. Zeti? Doctor, open your mic. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zeti Azreen.
Can you call to Zeti?
Sorry. I forgot to unmute here. Sis, try to fix her mic. Try to fix her mic. Um, she have a little bit problem with her mic, so she left now. She come back again, inshallah. Give her some minute. Assalamualaikum, Dokter.
Huh? Ya Allah,
Waalaikumsalam
okay.
warahmatullahi
I'm
wabarakatuh.
so sorry. There's some problem with my microphone just now.
Yeah, it's okay. Alhamdulillah. So before you start, let me introduce a bit about Associate Professor Dr. Zeti. Associate Professor Dr. Zeti Azreen Ahmad is currently an Associate Professor at the Department of Communication, Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Science at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, IIUM. She was a senior lecturer at the Lingkok Wing University College of Creative Technology and helps University prior to joining IIUM. She served as a public relation coordinator at several non-profit organizations before joining academic. Dr. Zeti Azreen Ahmad hold Bachelor in Human Science, Bachelor Communication, and Master in Human Science in the same field also at the same university from International Islamic University, Malaysia. And she obtained her doctoral degree from Stirling University, Scotland. Her doctor thesis was on public relation and corporate social responsibility, Malaysian perspective. As present, she is engaged in several research projects on media and youth, social mobility study, public relation, new media, and corporate social responsibility, CSR. With that, today we will listen from her the topic, the challenge of Muslim public relation. The mic for you, Dr. Falyatafaddal Ma'jurah. Doctor, we have 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen now.
Yeah, Doctor.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Doctor, but yeah, already full screen.
Okay. Please let me know if it's not moving, yeah? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Really sorry for the technical problem just now. Thank you, Ms. Chairperson, for the introduction. And first and foremost, I would like to thank my kuliah, AHAS, IKHS6, and IIIT for giving me the opportunity to be part of this program. And the title of my presentation this morning is on the challenges of Muslim public relations practitioners in the disruptive era. So this is not going to be something new to the Muslim PR practitioners out there, but just a call to reflect on the PR approaches and action in responding to the dynamic situation at the moment. Now, my content will be covering several aspects. The first one is by looking at the role of public relation in general, by examining several selected definitions of public relation given by scholars. And after that, we are going to zoom into the Muslim PR practitioners, their responsibilities and role. And finally, by looking at the challenges that Muslim PR practitioners have to undergo in the current situation. Now, so what is public relation? Those who have studied public relation, I'm sure you are very clear with this, yeah? Because PR is about managing communication, yeah, managing effective communication, helping the organization to communicate with its diverse stakeholders. And who are these stakeholders? The stakeholders could be individuals, organization, or any entity that can affect or be affected by the action of the organization. So meaning that both stakeholder and organization, they are affecting one another. Okay, for example, employees is one of the most important stakeholder to any organization. Now, when you have productive employee, for example, or hardworking employees, now these will contribute a lot to the success of the organization. And at the same time, organization action and decision, and including policy, would affect employee either positively or negatively. So this is how crucial employees is to the organization, and not to forget other stakeholders that organization is depending on. Now, different organization will be dealing with different stakeholders, obviously, yeah, but through effective communication, public relation practitioner will be able to pursue another significant role, which is to manage relationship or to establish relationship. Yeah, and a strong and meaningful relationship really matters for organization, because through that, organization will be able to get support from its diverse stakeholders. Right? For example, let's say if we take an example of Samsung product. So those who are loyal to Samsung, or the loyal customer, will continuously support Samsung, regardless if there are many other reputable brands around, but they will continue to support because of that strong relationship that they have with the brand and the trust that they have with the brand. Okay. Now, the role of communication and relationship just now are very much reflected in the definition of PR itself. Yeah, so in this presentation, I have selected a few very dominant definition of PR that have been propagated by different scholars, and these are mainly scholars coming from the dominant paradigm, yeah, because their definition are very dominant in literature. Now, there are 6 different definitions here, and that shows there is no single definition when it comes to PR. And the definition continue to evolve, and that will also influence or shape the practices. Yeah. So if you look at the definition here, one thing which appear to be in common is they are talking about PR role in managing communication and PR role in establishing relationship. And they are talking about a mutually beneficial relationship with organization and its stakeholders or public. Yeah. So these effective communication and turning into a good relationship will engender trust. And this is what the organization wants. They want to get the trust and to get constant support from its various stakeholders. Yeah, so as we can see from there, yeah, communication and relationship are the core function of public relation. Without communication, there won't be any relationship, right? Now, just to refresh and to look at the diversity of public relation work, yeah. So based on literature, these are among the diverse work that PR do, yeah. For example, they do counseling, not counseling as in the field of psychology, but they counsel or give advice to the management. Yeah, meaning that they give advice in terms of communication, building reputation, and many more that is within their scope. However, in order to do the counseling or the advising role, PR must be part of the dominant coalition. They have to be part of the management team so that they will be able to influence and advise directly. Now, the second role which is important here is to pursue research or to do research every now and then. Now, why research is important? Because PR has a role to make sure that whatever information that they crafted or share is the truth. So they have to verify, they have to check, they have to collect data, yeah, to come up with the truth and share it with the stakeholders. Now, the other one is PR is also involved in media relation, where they are dealing with the media, and the media appear to be a very important stakeholders now for all organizations, even though most organizations nowadays have their own social media to communicate with the public, but they still depend on the mainstream media, yeah, for publicity and for in order to create awareness. Now, moving on is the publicity. Yeah, this is one of the crucial role as well, where PR will be generating material, crafting information, yeah, to get publicity from the media. Okay, an employee relation, where employee appear to be another important stakeholder to all organization. So how does PR help organization to communicate and to build good relationship with employees? Yeah, and then we have government affairs or government relation, where government is another stakeholder that is important to all organization. They are the one who impose regulation, they are doing regulation for organization to apply, and PR will be assisting organization to negotiate, to deal with the government agency. Yeah, and then issues management and crisis management. Now, besides just communicating and managing relationship, PR also responsible to help organization to manage issues, to anticipate issues and to manage issues, yeah, and try to contain issues so that it won't become a crisis to the organization. But when a crisis spark, another role of PR here is to manage crisis, yeah, especially in terms of communicating the crisis, communicating to the stakeholders so that the crisis can be easily contained, yeah, and lessen the impact of the crisis. And financial relation is when we are dealing with the financial community. And the list did not stop there. I'm just giving you the main area where PR is involved in. Okay, now we zoom into the Muslim public relation practitioners. Yeah, what differentiate Muslim PR practitioners and their non-Muslim counterparts? So that is what we are trying to explore today, isn't it? Yeah. So Muslim PR practitioners are those they understand firmly about their purpose of creation, yeah, which is to serve Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. And this brings me to the second slide here. Yeah. So the purpose of creation, which is not only which is to serve Allah, and serving Allah doesn't mean it's limited only to specific ibadah, yeah, like prayer, giving zakah, performing pilgrimage. It's not only limited to that, but all aspects of life can be converted into ibadah. Yeah, if we have sincere intention, meaning that our intention is to please and to for the sake of Allah and to do our work properly, yeah, as being guided by Islam. Okay, so these are very important and what differentiate Muslim PR practitioners and the non-Muslim. And there are two ayah that I have selected here. The first one is from Surah Al-Dhariyat. Allah said, I did not create the jinn and the human except that they may serve me. And the other ayah is from Surah Al-An'am, verse 162, that the ayah say, surely my prayer, my sacrifice, my life, and my death are all for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So that's very clear-cut that our life, whatever that we do in our life, any activity that we do, yeah, including work, is actually for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So I just come up with a simple definition here in order to define Muslim practitioners. It's referring to those who practice public relation based on Islamic principles and value, particularly in communication, to uphold and advocate truth and justice to both organization and the stakeholders. Now, what are the challenges of Muslim PR practitioner in the disruptive era? Now, the disruptive era here is characterized by the rapid technological advancement, corporate failures and crises that happen almost every day, of all which present unique challenges for Muslim PR practitioners to perform their role. Yeah, because PR has a dual obligation just now, which is to serve Allah Subhanahu wa Taala and to do their work, to accomplish whatever task that have been given to them. Okay, so in this session, I aim to unpack several challenges. I selected 3 challenges here. The first one is to balance organizational goal and the stakeholder interests. The second one is managing communication in the face of widespread of misinformation, disinformation, and even malinformation. And the third one is to restore trust amid corporate failures and crises. Okay. So let's take a look at the first one. Now, balancing organizational goal and stakeholder interests, which is in a way embedded in the definition of PR. Yeah, what makes PR special as compared to other field is PR tend to serve not only the organization per se, but also trying to meet the stakeholders' interests. Yeah, so here, but however, there are tendency for practitioners to influence public opinion for the benefit of the organization that can sometimes put the interests of the public at stake. Yeah, so the inclination to meet the interests of the paymaster or the interests of the elite, which include organization, appear to be a priority. Yeah. Now, these are the somewhat how the critical scholars view public relation. In a way, they are also questioning about the role of PR in organization. Okay, for example, I've quoted a few here, and what they have in common is they tend to see PR as an instrument used by the elites, including organization and the powerful entity, to construct reality or to influence them to be in favor of the organization. And the ultimate goal here is to maintain in power, or to get more from the stakeholders. So these are the criticism that they put in, that make us reflect back. Okay, how is it possible to meet the interests of the many stakeholders that involve in everyday dealing? Okay. Now, coming to that, I would like to address about the issue of justice. The issue of justice, where we have to be just even in our communication. Now, obviously, in this ayah, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse number 8, it says that all believers, and that applies to all of us, regardless of our profession, and public relation is not excluded, stand firm for Allah and bear true testimony. Do not let the hatred of the people lead you to injustice, and be just. That is closer to the righteous, and be mindful of Allah. Surely Allah is all aware of what you are doing. Okay, so these ayah, in a way, remind us that we have to always uphold the truth, because the truth, when we share information, for example, when PR practitioners share information, the stakeholders are using the information to make decision. Okay, for example, if they release information to the investor, so the investor will scrutinize the information and make decision based on the information given to them. So if the information is not verified or not updated or is not correct, so the implication will be on the shareholders who will be making a wrong decision. And another example that I would like to share here is, let's say, during a pandemic, we had a pandemic few years ago, and it still stays with us. Now, during pandemic, information is really crucial because we have to empower everybody, regardless of who they are, where they are. We have to communicate and inform them what they're supposed to do. And as communicator, the role is to make sure the information is given to them or really reach them. Okay, and how it best to reach these various stakeholders, because some of them may not be living in the urban area or in town. They are living in remote area, in the rural, in the rural area, which is very hard to reach. So the role of communicator here is to make sure that the media that we use really reach to them. And at the same time, we have to also be mindful and make sure that the message that we have crafted able for them to digest or understand. They have to comprehend and understand the information so that they can also protect themselves and their family. And that is also part of being justice, because you are making sure that they are not deprived from information. They have to save their life as well. All right. So that is where effective communication play a role. Effective communication is not only about conveying information, and once people get the information, that's the end of your task. But convey information, making sure they able to understand, they able to act upon, once they get the information, in order to protect them or for their good well-being. All right. Now, there are many other ayah. I've just selected two here from Surah Al-An'am and also from Surah An-Nisa, where being justice is not only in business dealing, okay, but we also have to speak and maintain justice. We have to uphold the truth and justice, even though it involves our close relative and or family. I think that these two ayah mentioned that very clearly. Or even we have to do justice even with our enemy, with our parent and with people who are rich or people who are poor. And even if we don't like someone or certain group of people, that should not deviate ourselves from being just to them. So these are very clearly mentioned in the Quran, and it should be applied in our daily dealing, especially now. Now, the second challenge that I would like to share here is managing communication in the widespread of misinformation, disinformation, and even malinformation. This is due to the technological advancement that proliferate the emergence of digital platforms. Okay, now I'm sure misinformation, disinformation, malinformation have been very much saturated nowadays, because when we talk about misinformation is where people are being spreading information out of ignorance. They may not know that that's not true, but they continue to share because they believe it's true. And that is like everywhere. Because now we have netizens, there are billions of them, and they're sharing information non-stop, and there are no gatekeepers to monitor them or to stop them from doing so. Unlike the mass media. In the mass media, the structure allows for many gatekeepers to really vet all the information before it get to be released. So the misinformation is very dangerous, because if the misinformation is being influencing opinion, that will again shape action of the public out there. And the other one is the disinformation. Disinformation is when people purposely create untrue story, untrue facts, and spread it out with the intention to harm individuals or organization. Right? And people can easily do this because the social media allow them to do it. And the malinformation is another dangerous set of information where people use facts. It may be the truth, but they extract certain fact and spread it out of context, and people tend to believe in it. So these three type of communication have been widespread, and what would be, and this could also challenge organization, because organization could also bear some consequences because of the misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Okay, so the role of PR here is to advocate truth in the midst of rampant problem just now. Okay, and in this context, the truth will be very much challenged by other voices because information is coming from multiple directions. Yeah, the social media especially is very noisy. There are so many of them, and the truth may be challenged by all these voices and noises. Yeah, and the role of PR to monitor information, yeah, be it offline or online, is really crucial. Yeah, PR have to monitor and encounter false information immediately in order to stop that wrong information to be circulated even further. Yeah, so media monitoring, yeah, and social media listening, meaning that you are listening to the social media, you are, yeah, PR are supposed to examine and scrutinize whatever being posted, shared, or even the response that they get, yeah, after they have posted something. They have to scrutinize that very carefully because this could be, the information could be wrong, or they may simply say something which is not true, yeah, and we have to, PR have to respond to that, yeah. And once the correct information or the truth have been crafted, it's very important for PR practitioner to use the effective communication to communicate and to ensure that it appear and being, you know, saturated in the environment so that people won't miss that truth. Yeah, so the value of repeating the information using multiple media platform, yeah, is again very important so that the truth will prevail. Now, with regards to upholding the truth, it's very much emphasized in the Quran, and there are many verses talking about speaking the truth, upholding the truth. Yeah, I've selected 3 surah here from Al-Imran and Al-Baqarah and Surah Al-Ahzab, where the ayah, the verse mentioned about why do you confound the truth with falsehood and conceal the truth when you know the reality. Yeah, so most of the time, PR practitioner, they have access to information and they are responsible to share information. Yeah, but sometimes there are situations where they may have constraint to inform everything or to share everything, meaning that when they share information, the information will be framed toward a certain angle. Yeah, and that need to be taken or to be seen or to be handled very carefully because we don't want the information that we share tend to deviate or to mislead the readers. Okay, especially when we know the truth. Yeah, so concealing the truth, confounding the truth with falsehood, it again very much prohibited, yeah, in Islam. Yeah, and all the 3 ayah are talking about the same thing. And the 3rd ayah there, from Surah Al-Ahzab, Allah mentioned, "O believers, be mindful of Allah and say what is right." Okay, that's clearly about communication and information. Now, crafting information or even getting information and sharing it should also be covers the action of verifying. Yeah, we have to verify information that we have received. Yeah, either we have received it from our boss or we have received it from other stakeholder. It is our responsibility to verify. It is our responsibility to research on it. Yeah, and that is our duty. Yeah, because we are the guardian of information for the organization. So verifying again is clearly mentioned in the Quran. Yeah, Allah say, "Oh, you believe? If a sinful person bring you a report, verify its correctness, lest you should harm a people out of ignorance and then become remorseful on what you did." Yeah, so that is also a duty for all Muslim PR practitioners. Okay, the third one is about the third challenge that we're trying to unpack today is about restoring trust amid corporate failures and crises. So corporate failures and crises, now it's like a common thing, yeah. And because of corporate failures, that in a way affect the trust that being held by the stakeholders. And same goes to the crisis. Okay, for example, there are many classic examples that happened in the past, like the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, yeah, where the issue is not only about the oil spill, the issue now is not about the tanker that spill crude oil into the ocean, but the issue is about how the organization communicate to the public. Yeah, how the organization respond to the crisis, especially in terms of their communication part. Yeah, so here you get to see it appear in the news. Yeah, BP CEO apologizes for thoughtless oil spill comment. So the comment appeared to backfire. Yeah, where they appear to be selfish, thinking only about their profit and not thinking about the affected people. So crisis communication should be managed, yeah, by the PR people, and it's important for PR to advise the management and guide them through how they should be responding in this critical situation so that it won't become a second crisis. Because most of the time, poor communication will spark a second crisis, which is even the first crisis is so hard to handle. Yeah, what more when you are being attacked by the media because of your thoughtless comment, yeah. And these are somewhat current issues, yeah, where again about the honesty, the integrity of organization, where they are hiding the truth even though they know what is going on, and that affect the public a lot. Yeah, what happened to Facebook when their data are being used for political purposes and they know about it, but they did not inform the stakeholders. Yeah, and the issue that is coming up in Malaysia right now, where people are demanding for transparency to explain what is actually happening because they would like to know as it affected them as well. Okay, so during critical time, like in crisis, it is very important for practitioners to be mindful of what they are saying. Yeah, and if they are not the spokesperson, they should be advising the management on how best to respond. Yeah, be it to the media, be it to the community. Yeah, because during critical situation, you are not only dealing with their demand, but you are dealing with their feeling. Okay, they are expecting something and they are feeling something right now. Maybe they are very angry, they are very sad, they are very frustrated. So how do you deal with that? Because that is part and parcel of effective communication. Effective communication is not only about conveying information, like I said just now, but really understand your public or really understand your stakeholders. Okay. So when you listen to your stakeholders, when you understand them, then PR will be able to respond to them accordingly without even hurting them. And in the Quran, it has mentioned many guidelines. Yeah, be gentle. Yeah, pardon them, seek forgiveness for them. Yeah, consult them in the matter. So all these are about is what Allah have commanded us to do, and which we can apply in our daily living, okay, including as a PR practitioner. And even when the question being asked by the community or by the media are very provocating, yeah, but we still have to speak in a nice manner using soft words, as clearly mentioned in the ayah below. Okay, so these are among guidelines, yeah, that is already there in the Quran for public religion practitioners to just adopt and apply. Okay, the next one is again a crisis that has happened. Yeah, for example, in Malaysia, there was an issue about the Malaysian train crash, where the issue was not only about the crash, but lack of empathy that happened because the chairman did not address the media accordingly. Yeah, and the crisis that happened to United Airlines, where the passenger being removed violently, and there is no, you know, right is not given to the passenger, even though they have bought the ticket and they are being forced to leave the seat because the seat appeared to be overbooked, and that happened to reputable organization, not just small organization, unknown organization. This happened to well-known, reputable organization, and the issue become bigger because of the communication aspect is not being properly managed, and addressed. Now, by looking at that, I'm sure PR practitioners are very properly trained and they know what they're supposed to do. They understand how to manage communication effectively. However, what appeared to be taken for granted is maybe the issue of reflecting, where we have to reflect, on whatever action that we do. Okay, always have to reflect and be sensitive, towards the stakeholder or towards the public out there, because our action will influence them or will affect them to some extent. And in the Quran, there are many verses that talks about reflection. Allah wants us to reflect on His creation so that we are aware about the supremacy of Allah, and to reflect on the Quran, because there are so many reminders, there are so many guidance for us that we can use to apply, and that guidance is evergreen. You can use it at any time. So the value of self-reflection is very important and should be embedded in the practice of PR as well. So when we reflect, that will enable us to identify our own weaknesses, to identify the consequences of our action to other stakeholders, which is very important, so that we won't be contributing to the negative effect that has happened in the crisis. So that's the value of reflection, that should be in our daily practice. Okay, so I think that will be all from me. If you have any question to ask.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alhamdulillah. So we will open for the Q&A session to all participants. If you have any question, you can raise up your hand, or you can write in the chat. Anyone of you have questions? Thank you, Doctor, for wonderful sharing today. But maybe it's very clear, Doctor, for your presentation today, mashallah. So most of the participants didn't have any question, but they said thank you very much, Prof, for the informative presentation, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Inshallah, see you next time, Doctor.
Inshallah.
So to all participants, we have breaks 30 minutes. Inshallah, we will come back for the 11 at the 11, inshallah. Yes. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Meor. Doktor. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, Doktor. Dr. Meor Alif.
Salam.
Hi. Doctor, can you test the slide?
Yeah. 1 second. Okay. See. Is that working? Can you see it?
Yes, Doctor.
Is that full screen?
It more than full screen, Doctor. Can a little bit smaller?
Smaller
Yeah.
one.
Yes. Can you try to move, Doctor? Move the slide.
Okay.
Second slide, Doctor, maybe. But this one not full screen. Just now full screen, Doctor.
Okay. Wait, I lost the 1 second. Okay, is that moving?
Yes. It's working.
Good.
Alhamdulillah. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all participants. Alhamdulillah, welcome back again in the second session. Alhamdulillah, we will meet with the Dr. Meor Alif. This is the first class for him. Normally, from the beginning of the online class from the Department of Politics, always meet with Dr. Zeti. Today, we will meet the second lectures. It is Dr. Meor. Before we start the class, let me introduce a bit about him. Assistant Professor Dr. Meor Alif is an assistant professor of political science in the Department of Political Science at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is the current head of the Policy and Area Study Research Unit, AHAS Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Sciences, IIUM. His research interests cover political theory, extremism, and post-colonialism and colonization. And today we will listen from him the topic regarding the modern political ideologies. The floor is yours, Dr. Falyatafaddal Ma'jura. You have 45 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A, Dr.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Assalamualaikum, everyone, and pleasant morning. Can you hear me? Is the audio clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay, wonderful. I'd like to begin, good morning again. I'd like to begin by giving a note of thanks. Thank you very much to the organizers, IIIT in particular, as well as the Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Sciences, IKHS6, for this opportunity. The sister is right. Usually you'd see and you'd hear a more familiar voice in the form of Dr. Zaki, but today as the speaker for our discussion on modern political ideologies, I'm very honored to be here to speak with all of you. What we will discuss today, inshallah, will be interesting. Just think of it a bit like a brief discussion on ideologies, in particular political ideologies, and also in particular what makes it modern in a sense. And what I will do in general is, if you imagine the discussions on politics and political philosophy and political theories and ideologies in general as a kind of universe of discussion, this discussion on political ideologies is a bit like zooming into one particular planetary system. And I will begin as if we were reverse engineering a somewhat pyramid, right? I will begin at the top with something small, and then the middle portions we will say a bit about some ideologies and some ideas behind it, and we will leave you with some further questions, which is the base of the pyramid. Yeah. So just let me quickly show you the progression of the lecture today. We will start with a bit of a discussion on what is an ideology, and then we will speak about the origins and development of modern ideology, and then we will look at maybe 3 from the 5. In fact, there's more that can be listed, but we'll probably look at liberalism, conservatism, socialism, and then we will speak a bit about some of the features that overlaps between different ideologies, a kind of summative discussion on the characteristics and the features of an ideology, and then a bit of a discussion on ideology in the context or in relations to political philosophy and political theory. What is political ideology? And then some concluding remarks, and in particular, a quick discussion on what makes an ideology postmodern, as in after modern, and some discussion points finally to ponder on together. Yeah. So allow me to begin with the single sort of block in this pyramid. The question of bridging the intellectual divide, in a way, sort of getting ahead of some questions that we might have in mind. In the Quran, it stated, "O mankind, indeed, we have created you from male and female, and made you peoples and tribes, and you may know one another. And indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you." So I think in terms of motivation and purpose and reason as to why we sometimes come out of the confines, or sort of like the typical bubbles of because I'm sure previously, again, I've been following the lectures, you've had discussions on Al-Farabi, on political philosophy in the context of Islam and so on. Sometimes we bridge this gap and we learn more from one another, from our neighbors and so on. Okay, let's have a look at what is a political ideology. Again, before we proceed, just very quickly to remind you some references that you may want to look at. I've included here Modern Political Ideologies by Andrew Vincent. Will be interesting. Political Ideologies, Their Origins and Impact by the 2 authors, Leon Baradat and John Phillips. And then the other one would be Contemporary Political Ideologies, a comparative analysis by Lehman Tower, Sargent. I'll make some references to the works later on in the deck. So what is political ideology? A big question. Some of you may have an intuition, a kind of personal sort of answer to it, because presumably it wouldn't be the first time ever you've come into contact with the notion of an ideology. But if we look at some definitions that are out there, Andrew Vincent in particular would say the following. Number one, that an ideology is a kind of science of idea, because he says ideology is this term that is coined by de Tracy in around about the 1790s. And of course, for de Tracy, ideology is a kind of science of ideas that does what? That aims to understand human thought. However, there's an interesting bit here, particularly with the usage and the application of the term, because for de Tracy, of course, the trend and the progression of this term, this word ideology, over time as well has taken on new meaning. It morphs as circumstances, both political and social political circumstances, change. Particularly again, as Vincent and of course de Tracy notes, the meanings emerge out of changes like the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. Of course, at some point again, Bonaparte himself criticizes this sort of idea of what an ideology is by saying ideologists, or people who engage in ideologies, are impractical intellectuals. They are detached. They oftentimes sort of are distracted by ideals, and then of course it takes on a kind of pejorative, a negative connotation. Why? Because ideologies tend to sound like they are unrealistic. Oftentimes, of course, sometimes you also think it's a bit radical as well, because there are radical political sentiments that lie behind ideologies. Of course, later thinkers like Karl Marx and so on will say somewhat the same, along the lines of ideologies are simply just a kind of tool, particularly a tool of the ruling classes to maintain economic and social political power. Why? Because ideologies create a sense of distorted reality. In particular, in the context of Marx, it's a reality that is distorted for the working class, and ultimately a kind of illusion, an instrument of class control, particularly by the bourgeoisie. What about some other sort of alternatives? Well, Baradar and Phillips would say an ideology is more than just a set of beliefs. In fact, it is a kind of framework, a kind of structure, a kind of framework, which allows for, and this is the critical point, allows for collective action, in particular, in order to achieve societal goals. So in a sense, ideologies are both pragmatic, there's an idea and sort of like a set of ideas behind it. It is pragmatic, and in particular, it attends to materialistic outcomes as well. Why? Because it's designed to push people, motivate people towards change, towards more concrete outcomes. Sargent, on the other hand, as well, would say that an ideology is a system of values and beliefs which allows for accepted truths to exist, accepted truth by a group or for a group, which ultimately provides a kind of simplified picture of the world. It's a kind of tool that allows you to, almost like your glasses, it allows you to sort of like see the world clearer. This point on simplicity we'll revisit towards the end of this discussion. And of course, an ideology, according to Sargent, allows a kind of narrative to exist and will give meaning to societal roles and events, and provides a kind of story that we ourselves can believe about and about our place in the world, right? Of course, put simply, an ideology is a set of principles, is a collection of beliefs or things that guide us. When I say us, it means guiding our political systems, our policies. In essence, what does it talk about? It talks about essentially everything. Because what is the point of an ideology that's not inclusive of all facets of our daily life? Why? Because again, in order for it to remain relevant, it must be, in a sense, attentive to our existence, right? So it includes everything, government structures, economic policies, societal norms, and so on. Of course, the kindergarten way of sort of thinking about it is that it's pointing to anything that ends with an ism. Conservatism, socialism, communism, fascism, populism, environmentalism, eco-socialism, feminism, populism, anarchism, anything that ends with an ism. Of course, this is debatable, but the simplest sort of kindergarten ways to think of it like this. Now that we have a bit of a sense of what an ideology is like, let's try and ask the question of what makes it modern. Why do we call it modern? Is there a distinction between not so modern, obsolete, sort of like modern ones? In order to do so, we have to have a look at the development and the origins of what we consider as modern political ideology. So the roots of modern ideologies in bunny ears, of course, finds itself in the Enlightenment period. Of course, in the Western experience, this is a significant historical moment, historical era for the Western experience. Why the Enlightenment? Well, because it's during the Enlightenment, well, arguably again, post the medieval ages, as you're building into the Renaissance, as you discover humanism, as you get into the years of the Enlightenment, as the scientific revolution goes into full swing, it is this moment in time where people began to believe they could actively improve their lives rather than passively accept their circumstances. Of course, the ideas and the positions of faith and divinity and fate in the context of Christendom and the experiences of the medieval ages is something that is being somewhat shelved, being left behind. So in essence, what it's saying is that the modern part is referring to this notion, roughly speaking, as this phenomena of societies modernizing. As societies modernized, as societies change, as it's sort of improving from the years of the medieval age into something more modern, as societies modernize, and in fact, even today, as this notion of change is important, as you change, you find sort of intellectual sort of positions and ideas that eventually become a set of beliefs and then becomes a kind of ideology. So many ideologies today, again, liberalism, socialism, conservatism, and so on, evolve during this period of great social and economic upheavals, particularly through the Enlightenment and later on the Industrial Revolution, and continues even until today and goes through moments of reflection and adaptation. As societies change, as it modernizes, that kind of upheaval allows for the emergence of ideologies. So of course, during the Enlightenment, the spirit of reasoning, the drive, the moment in time encourages you to lean against ideas of reason. And then you saw the discussions, and we saw the discussions of individual rights, secularism, and so on emerging through the Enlightenment. Universal ideals that we oftentimes uphold and believe in today, like freedom and equality, of course, emerges through the Enlightenment as well. And it is also, politically speaking, the developments in terms of how much a person can engage in the political process, the increase in political participation during this period is pushing as well for more representation and rights. Why? Because there is a heartbreak from the style of the past, meaning that there's a heartbreak from feudalism as a system, or the style of the divinely ordained and divinely rightful sort of monarchs, the absolute monarchs of the past, because where power is divine and centralized, and it's moving away from these types of older and more centralized political structures. If we then look, if we forward it a bit, a few episodes later, and then we forward it a bit, if you think about this as a kind of TV series, forward it a bit into a few years later when we look at the Industrial Revolution as well. Again, the Industrial Revolution is a moment of upheaval and change, right? The Industrial Revolution then gains momentum, and then as well ideas gain momentum alongside with it. Why? Because if you think about what the Industrial Revolution was like, it is this moment in time where there is disruption again in terms of the traditional structures of life, and in particular, the dynamics in terms of economic equalities and inequalities, the rise of the factory systems, the depersonalization of labor, the emergence of new social classes, new challenges, cities, London and so on, the reshaping of cities. So these changes sort of fuel ideologies or ideas that sort of like that are interested, that sought to address the issues that come with the change and the upheavals. If you look at socialism and communism, these took root as the years of the Industrial Revolution progressed. Yeah, so ideologies again oftentimes develop alongside social movements, and then it tends to reflect the historical and cultural context in which it develops, and it's addressing the unique issues of its time. If we point to today, you can say the same questions of climate change, questions of globalization, questions of democratization, environmentalism, of course, very popular these days. Again, is attending to and is sort of reacting to changes in society as well. Okay, let's have a look at some examples. Yeah, the first being liberalism. Of course, there's no time. I think I still have about 20 minutes or so to finish up. There's no time to sort of cover everything. In fact, I think it would be quite interesting. Maybe IIIT might sort of consider it if we were to have like a separate discussion on Western political thought and Western political ideologies and so on as a kind of standalone series. I think this might be quite interesting, so that our horizons are sort of broader. But we'll look at liberalism, conservatism, and I think socialism. Yeah. So what is liberalism? Liberalism, of course, is this body of beliefs, body of ideas that emphasizes key sort of notions. Yeah? Namely, number one, individual freedom. The word liber, yeah? Liberty, to be free. Again, emphasizes freedom. Oftentimes, again, in the context of certain discussions, sometimes the word liber seems to suggest as if we are saying, let's do the haram things. Not really. Liber, again, an emphasis on freedom, and in particular, freedom away from the control of the state. Yeah. Why? Because again, remember, it's coming out of a moment in history where the state is absolute. In the case of the divinely ordained sort of monarchy, is absolute. Freedom then represents this position of freeness away from the absolute control of the state. Yeah. So individual freedoms, it talks about individual freedoms, it talks about limited government, it talks about, of course, equality and the supremacy of the law, equality before the law, free markets and democratic governance. Of course, there are variations to this. It's a bit like if you think about cars, right? You have a line of cars, and then there are different sort of variations, different sort of models to it. They're all roughly speaking the same makeup, but there are variations to it. What are some of the variations? If you look at classical liberalism, it goes somewhat as follows. Again, this is a sort of brief introduction to all these ideologies. Yeah. What classical liberalism looks like is that it speaks about individual freedoms, meaning that ultimately institutions that endanger liberty must be controlled, including the state, including government. In fact, the typical classical liberal position would be something like the state that governs the least governs the best. The small, sort of the one that governs the least, is the one that's the best. Yeah? Why? Because there's this belief that the institutions endanger your liberty and must be limited and controlled in some way and form. Yeah? And then classical liberals also typically have this position and an affinity to rationality. Why? Because for the classical liberals, typically any social issues or social ills, any problems that we find in society typically emerges out of a failure in terms of being more rational or more reasonable. Yeah, so things like war, like poverty, like social ills, these are a result of ignorance. And how do you fix it? Again, you fix it by improving your knowledge. Yeah, the third point there. Progress occurs through expanding knowledge and perfecting your reasons. Because they also feel that institutions, sort of older institutions like religion and faith, causes a bit of the issues in society. Right? Why? Because again, the rationality in traditional institutions is a bit lacking. Yeah. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's an affinity to limited government, minimal. They want to see minimal government intervention. And of course, on the economic front, the classical liberals are interested, unlike their modern counterparts, the modern liberals, the classical sort of liberals are more interested in seeing full economic freedoms, meaning that it is the typical Adam Smith position, whereby there should be free enterprise, private property, competition in the market, and a free market economy. Laissez-faire, laissez-passer. Let it be, meaning that the free market has to be open and let the market forces sort of regulate itself. The invisible hand is the one that is most useful and most efficient. Of course, I just mentioned the modern liberals. Modern liberalism, of course, has a bit of a variation in terms of its position. I think I mentioned just a moment ago, again, the classical liberals would love to see minimal, as little as possible government intervention. But for modern liberals, of course, they have doubts over both the presence of government and also the freeness of the economy. So they agree but sort of disagree. Yeah, they have a bit of modification to the original position of classical liberalism. So modern liberals typically have doubts over full economic freedoms of this laissez-faire capitalism that I mentioned. Why? Because, of course, to them, the experiences of the free market economy, of full-blown capitalism, to their observation, produces certain unintended consequences that they don't particularly enjoy. In particular, free market, open sort of capitalism produces a large underclass of the terribly poor. In essence, the rich gets richer and the poor gets poorer, which is a situation for the modern liberals that they don't really sort of appreciate, right? So what is the solution? Of course, the solution is reinviting, bringing the government back into the arrangements of life. Why? Because it's seen that the state in strategic ways is necessary to protect the people from sometimes unfair economic systems, sometimes unfair sort of economic practices and so on, to mitigate, in essence, to manage and mitigate a bit the problems in society when the government is not sort of really there. So what are they asking for? They're asking for not so minimal intervention, but a bit more, meaning that presence plus, that the government should be there and government action should exist for things like social welfare. So a bit of intermediate presence rather than minimal presence. Yeah? And then, of course, you have the neoliberals. Neoliberalism takes, again, similar, not so similar, again, agree to disagree between them. They're brothers, but they sort of like have some disagreements. That's entirely normal, even in the family. For the neoliberals, of course, they want the emphasis, of course, for them, they wanted to return back to a kind of free market capitalism with minimal state intervention. So it's like a pendulum swinging one direction and the other. Let's say a bit more about conservatism then. What is the emphasis here? For conservatives, of course, the emphasis is typically on tradition. Why? Because again, there is a premium on social stability. Typically, there is skepticism towards large and rapid changes. Yeah? And there is an inclination towards conserving, the word conserve, right? To preserve, to conserve, as if you're conserving your energy, to preserve it. Conserving societies, the inclination is to conserve society's traditional values and institutions as well against major or radical changes, because there'll be some variations here as well. The classical conservatives would argue that there exists irrational impulses among people in society and so on. And these irrational impulses should be contained and managed by institutions like tradition and religion. Why? Because again, the fear is that what if change occurs too quickly and it damages society? Yeah. To abolish the institutions that already exist, that already help us, may lead to a moment of instability and chaos and uncertainty. The impulse of wanting that change is a bit irrational, wanting it now, quickly, and so on, quite radical. So for stability in order to be there, the idea is that the institutions of the past should be preserved. Because of course, number one, we are used to them, but ultimately, even if it's not perfect, then we shouldn't sort of entirely throw it out the window. It's not perfect, but they still work. So rather than ask for immediate massive change, let's ask for something more gradual, a bit of improvements of step-by-step improvements of tradition and things from the past into the future. So the conservatives typically talk about gradual change. So they prefer moderate changes in order to give people time to adjust. And of course, as you can expect, because of their inclinations towards tradition and the preservation of institutions, as you can expect, unlike some liberals, the conservative see the necessity of government, the strength of the state. So typically they support a strong government, meaning a state that is stronger and more present in your life, right? And then there are variations like social conservatism, meaning that typically they are looking at or interested in preserving moral and social norms that already exist in society. And then there's the fiscal conservatives who typically emphasizes on reduced government spending, economic regulation. Interestingly, the fiscal conservatives, and then of course later on in the form of Friedman, Hayek, and so on, these types of conservatives look at the free market, and you would think they would say the free market should be regulated because of their conservative position, but actually in truth, these types of Friedman, Hayek, and so on, they look at the market and they think actually it should be the reverse, whereby the free market actually in truth is the best economic system, and the government is needed to regulate private businesses minimally, if not at all. So in this sense, they share a bit of similarities with their liberal counterparts because it's counterintuitive. Maybe you think they should have said the economy should be regulated more. Actually, in truth, for the fiscal conservatives, generally speaking, they want to see a freer and more open market. Minimal government intervention there. And then there is socialism. Socialism, of course, in general, again, I will begin to sort of mention it more briefly because this one needs an entire sort of series if possible. Socialism emphasizes on economic equality and redistribution. There are some variations here as well. If we look at the Marxist sort of view, what socialism is that it is a struggle between the classes and a push for change in the form of revolutions, not gradual, in the forms of revolution, If you look at democratic socialism, these are your people who advocate for achieving socialist goals, but rather than revolution, have it through democratic means. And then you have social democracy as well, which is a kind of blend, a fusing, a mix between socialism and capitalism. But the emphasis, again, is on the welfare state. A bit like the modern liberal position. Why? Because they want to see strategic presence of the state. Why the state has to be there to at least provide some basic, basic welfare to us. Things like public healthcare, public education. Yeah? We're not saying that the state should be entirely in control of everything, every aspect of our lives, but at least in the important ones like education and healthcare, maybe it's strategic and sort of useful to, again, invite the state back in to help us. And then you have communism. Communism emphasizes a classless society, an abolition of private property. The Marxist-Leninist method says the change, the move towards having a classless society should be led by a vanguard group or vanguard party for revolutionary change. The Maoist position is slightly different. The Maoists will say, actually, the change, the revolution occurs led by the peasantry in general. Trotskyism says, actually, in truth, the revolution occurs and should occur as a kind of global endeavor. And then you have feminism. Feminism, again, emphasizes on gender equality, bringing down the patriarchy. Some variations here include liberal feminism that speaks about equal rights and equal opportunities. The more radical position would be radical feminism that speaks about major structural changes and an end to male sort of supremacy. And then intersectional feminists and intersectional feminism as well, that tend to want to examine identity in the intersections of things. Then you have populism. Again, the American elections recently has just concluded. Again, populism emphasizes on anti-elitism and a kind of direct appeal to the common people. You may have right-wing populism that is typically more nationalistic, more anti-immigration. You may have left-wing populism that is, again, the same thing, but taking more sort of radical left sort of liberal position as well. All in all, of course, again, without going into the specifics of, because at the start I showed you this kind of cornucopia of different sort of ideologies. What are some of the overlapping and similar features that they share? Of course, if we speak of the summative sort of characteristics, we can quickly realize that these ideologies, number one, provide a kind of explanation for all of them. Yeah? All of them seem to provide an explanation for contemporary problems that exist in society now, and also suggests and tries to provide a kind of solution, a kind of vision of the future and how to get to that outcome, right? Because it notices a problem, then says, this is the solution for it. Which also means that it is action-oriented typically, that it is a kind of manual that it will ask and try and get people to take the steps and take the ideology and use it to achieve this vision of the future. And of course, an ideology seems to be somewhat meaningless without being able to mobilize people who believe in it, right? So it has to mobilize a huge number of people, and without which, as through the eyes of the ideology, without the people, without the change that is brought by the people, the outcome cannot sort of materialize, right? Moreover, we realize that these ideologies are comprehensive, meaning that it doesn't tend to leave out important questions, great matters concerning society. Again, they will provide you a solution, and that solution typically entails a change in every sort of facet of life in order for this new shape and new vision of society to emerge, right? So it's comprehensive in that sense. it's also pervasive. Why? Because ideologies, they tend to linger around. They never leave you. Presumably, they might sort of disappear only if the outcome has been achieved. But again, that movement towards the change perhaps takes time. So it tends to be pervasive. So it exists a long time, and as it continues to exist and continues to shape, it then also shapes your political beliefs and actions as well. What is the point of an ideology that isn't concerning or doesn't include or is removed by the human condition? There's no point, right? So it must be extensive, meaning that it has to be directed towards the masses, that it must be usable in some way or form, and for it to at least be relevant, yeah. And then of course it's intensive. What's the point of an ideology that is there but no one really cares about? An ideology that's there but no one really believes in, because ideology tries to command strong commitment. And of course your ideology and what you believe in typically then shapes your view and the reality that you hold about the world around you, right? And then you become committed to seeing the same change. Why? Because it then becomes you, that you want it, yeah, that you want the change, and you are part of the ideology. You agree with the ideas. It is as if it's a kind of voice to your own desires, and then you are interested in seeing the changes that you want to see. So ideologies tend to be intensive. They command strong commitment as well. Because again, there's no ideology that says, listen to me and then don't really care about what I have to say. Listen to the ideology, here are our ideas, but our ideas don't really matter. So it doesn't really exist, right? So what is it? What's the difference between an ideology, political ideology, a political philosophy, and a political theory? What is the difference? Vincent will say a political philosophy, or political philosophy in general, searches for universal truths. The act of doing political philosophy is this act of searching for universal truth. Ideologies, on the other hand, is a bit more partisan, meaning that there is a kind of position and a kind of agenda and a kind of allegiance behind it, right? It's more partisan. Ideologies tend to focus on rallying groups around specific beliefs and actions. Again, we just discussed the dynamics between the belief and the action taken. Brother and Phillips will say ideologies are more, compared to the rest, ideologies are more accessible and a bit more straightforward. Compared to political philosophy and compared to political theory, the latter two tends to be more introspective. The individual is supposed to contemplate. It's a kind of pursuit of intellectual depth. But for an ideology, it's more about reaching a broad audience to encourage the collective action that we were talking about earlier. I like the third one. I like what Sarjan has to say. Sarjan says, and a political ideology is serving different roles. All three actually are interconnected but serve different roles. Political philosophy and political theory offer normative ideas about government, meaning ideals, like what it ought to be, what it should be, and so on. Ideologies then take the normative position, and then convert it into concepts, makes it accessible, makes it widely accepted, and then of course it is a space where group interests can sort of exist together with that sort of normative idea. Yeah. I might be like a few minutes over. It looks like I have 4 more minutes. I think I can finish the slide, the deck, within a reasonable time, and then take a question or two. So what are some concluding remarks? And of course, as we've noticed through this short discussion, ideologies provide a sense of understanding of history and society. It provides clues over the kinds of things that should either be paid attention to or ignored. People get united around it as a kind of motivational force. It's not just simply a belief position, it's also a framework of organizing things, organizing societies, getting to collective goals. Doesn't matter if it's revolutionary change, doesn't matter if it's democratic reform, even if it's preservation of conservative structures, existing structures. It is a kind of a kind of framework of achieving collective goals. But of course, there is an ancillary concern that sometimes ideologies can be, while it can motivate, it can sometimes place unnecessary limits as well, right? Because an ideology may outline the borders of a discussion, but sometimes that act of making a border shapes the opinions of people, and of course then sometimes it takes away from what you think is possible, what is perceived to be available in terms of options. Why? Because you have delineated the discussion by virtue of this ideology, right? So sometimes a political leader might say, okay, this is a good idea because it's consistent with our ideology, blah, 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 and then, let's go for it. That sort of act of gating the discussion sometimes excludes reasonable discussions of alternatives, alternative ideas, or generally alternatives that fall outside of the ideology. But of course, it's still a useful tool. Why? Because an ideology is a kind of yardstick. It is a reference point. It helps you simplify the complexities of life. It suggests and it gives you direction. But we can't sort of run away from the fact that the simplification sometimes makes it difficult for us to see what lies outside a particular set of beliefs, a particular sort of ideology. Why? Because we have blinders on. So with this in mind, I'd like to leave you with some points that we can ponder together. Number one would be the postmodern. Again, we've been talking about modern ideologies, its development, and so on. Modern political ideologies and its development. One would be the postmodern situation. What is postmodernism? Postmodernism is this position that challenges the validity and the position of even the possibility of the existence of a single idea or a single universal truth, that applies to everyone. It challenges these ideas. Instead, it says the truth that exists, generally speaking, is shaped by your local experience, your particular identity, and presumably the culture you're from, and so on. So instead of having universal positions or universal position, it's talking about localized truth, localized positions. So instead of saying there's one right answer, the postmodernists will say ideologies are just one of many possible perspectives. Sargent says the post-modernist position, of course, can weaken the traditional notion or the conventional notion of what is an ideology, right? The one that we've discussed. But if you think about it the other way around, postmodernism can also strengthen the appeal of ideologies. Why? Because the postmodern position is actually validating this notion of diversity. And when it's talking about localized truth, it's talking about diversity. So it is actually giving the validity to diversity, meaning that insofar as political ideologies, are concerned, there can be many. It can be diverse, and we can recognize the validity and the value of multiple truths, be it liberalism, be it conservatism, be it socialism, and so on. There is value in, again, the multiple truths that's being offered through each ideology. Again, politics is quite complex in this sense, and capturing it might need multiple sort of attempts.
Okay.
Yes.
We have past 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, just last two, because I think we didn't start exactly at 11, so I think I can just a bit. I have 2 more and should be done. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The last one will be again. Thank you again for your attention. The last one will be, let's think about modern political ideologies in the context of decolonization, because this is the generation we're in, right? decolonizing political ideologies will necessarily entail re-examining certain sort of Western centrism that exists in the development of modern political ideologies. We should make it more inclusive. Why? Because sometimes there is a cultural distance or a gap which festers, and then it seems sort of irrelevant to us, particularly in the context of non-Western societies. Maybe things like individual rights conflicting with some intuitions of collectivist values, right? I mean, there's no hiding. I mean, at least in the tracing and as how I've presented it as well, modern political ideologies originate from the Western experience. Of course, raising then questions about whether or not it can be truly applied universally anyway. Should it be something more along the lines of our own local traditions and values? Then you think and then you take into consideration the post-colonial condition, even the structure of the state that we have. Many post-colonial nations inherit governance and government systems that are shaped by colonial power, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. The key is that it is still intertwined with that structure, the structure that we inherit is still intertwined with ideologies that are there, which sometimes reinforces our weakness, economic dependency, inequalities, and so on. So there's a difficulty in adapting certain ideologies given the existing structures. And this is the last one. This man here, Edward Said, and if we quickly think about knowledge production, even Western political thought has been dominated by the West, again, Western academia, which means that sometimes non-Western perspectives can be missing or unrepresented. So when we teach political ideologies, when we speak about modern political ideologies, sometimes it can also come off as Western-centric, and there's a habit of highlighting Western thinkers, which means that we should do more in giving exposure to non-Western, more indigenous perspectives on governance and so on. It should be more inclusive. It should represent a wider range of political ideas. And of course, ultimately, with whichever project we're on, we should understand whether it's academic or political and so on, things are shaped by the dynamics of power. For political ideologies, of course, this raises the question about whose perspectives are represented, whose voice are amplified, and how ideologies, liberalism, conservatism, socialism, and so on and so forth, how ideologies either reflect or reinforce Western dominance. I think with that, I will put a pin on it here, and then we can take questions.
Yeah, Doctor, we have many questions in the chat box, Doctor.
Okay.
But because of the time, maybe we can only answer 2 questions that they can select it from there.
Let's see. I scroll down. Okay, I will read very quickly the questions and then see if there's a theme that emerges. Not to trigger discussion. Okay, children. Okay, so I think there is two themes emerging here. Number one, on the use, of the use of ideologies as a kind of tool, and then the other one would be an ancillary to that would be a bit on Islam and how do we teach it. Okay, so I will say 2 things in response to the question. I think how many more minutes do I have?
We have already passed the time, Doctor, but
Okay.
we can answer some of the
Okay.
question only, Doctor.
Okay. It will be wonderful to be able to revisit this sometime soon. Okay, so the first one I would say to the development of ideologies and the usefulness. I think again, the inclination, when we discuss ideologies, the inclination is which one do I like, or which one is wrong, which one is the correct one, which one is wrong, which one is the one that I like. I think the eagle eye view would be something along the lines of asking a similar kind of question, but borrowing a kind of metaphor. It's a bit like asking, which car do you like? Yeah, there's a model there, one model for every person. Which one is the best? Of course, arguably the discussion of the best again in the case of our circles, then the pursuit of the best, actually that pursuit is sort of like done, right? Because we sort of know which one should resonate most in our lives, right? In terms of our religion and so on. But it wouldn't hurt to admire and go car shopping sometimes, even without having to buy it, right? Because you're just sort of taking in the different ways in which other individuals sort of view what we consider to be a kind of shared reality, right? Because again, when I spoke earlier about the nature of ideologies providing a kind of sense of history and a sense of belonging and so on, the best ones or the strongest ones seem to be the ones that are talking to the listener as if it knows and it understands completely the trials and tribulations and difficulties of the life of the person who's about to enjoy or believe in an ideology, right? How do we teach it to other people? I think this is a difficulty generally with teaching politics, because there's two levels to it. There is your own sort of personal political inclinations, and then there is just fairly discussing and fairly sort of presenting different sort of political positions. I mean, it wouldn't be the case, let's say if you're talking about the classrooms, the kinds of classrooms I'm in. I can't say let's support this party and this party only. I mean, I know that just as reasonable, they're voters as well anyway, just as reasonable sort of adults and reasonable sort of individuals, they're entitled to even their own sort of political inclinations and political beliefs and so on. So there is that sort of degree of caution between yourself and of course respecting the sensibilities of the crowd as well. I think this is like a typical consideration for anyone who lives in a sufficiently robust democratic society. There is your sort of personal beliefs in it, and then you have to, in return, return the same respect and understand, okay, maybe other people have inclinations that are somewhat different and that you don't share as well. Yeah, okay, if people are Marxist, okay, understandably. If you are Marxist, then you think, okay, understandably. If they are more conservative in nature, then okay, understandably as well. So on the question of children, again, another question that I like recently, because my son is 2 years old and I'm about, inshallah, to have my second son. So the question of teaching to children, I think the key is to train them to sort of be able to be more flexible in terms of thinking. They're more critical and more flexible in terms of taking in different perspectives and views.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting, and then we have many questions left that we cannot answer all of the question. Thank you very much, Doctor. Inshallah, we can meet again in the next session because of the time. I know all of them really interesting regarding what you have presented. And thank you very much, Doctor. So next we will meet with Dr. Iyad Eid. Yeah? Doctor, are you here?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Doctor. And sorry also because Dr. Meor, he
very no. Actually, I enjoyed his session. Don't worry.
And so very interesting. That's why. So inshallah, we will listen from you. Before that, I want to introduce a bit regarding you because this is the first class, right, Doctor?
Correct.
Okay. Let me introduce a little bit. Assistant Professor Dr. Iyad Eid is an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Science at International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is specialized in social change and development as well as migration. His research interests focus on social change, development, research methodology, and integrating Western and Islamic paradigm. Although his career, Dr. Ed, he's demonstrate a solid commitment to advancing social research, teaching, and community engagement. He authored various scholarly publications and present his work at international conference. Dr. Ed teaching portfolio cover a broad range of courses, including Introduction to Sociology, Sociological and Anthropological Theory, Advanced Sociological and Anthropological Theory, Population and Society, Contemporary Muslim Society, Sociology and of Development, and other courses. He is working on the 3 books now. The first of which is about social theory from Islamic and Western perspective. The second book is a step-by-step guide for qualitative academic research writing aimed to guide students in efficiently conducting academic research. The third book relates to the Palestinian and Israel conflict, titled Tofan al-Aqsa. With that, we will listen from him the topics regarding the contribution of early scholar of sociology. فليتفضل مأجورة, Doctor. Oh, sorry, Doctor. You can share the slide?
I have shared. Can you see my slides?
Okay. Can you make it bigger?
Bigger.
Yeah.
Full
screen.
Can you see? Can you see my slide?
Yes, sure, Doctor.
Right.
Then we have 45 minutes because we start already at 12. So we will end at 12:45, inshallah.
No problem, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك على أصحابه الطيبين الطاهرين. First of all, I want to thank IIIT. I want to thank also IIUM, our Kuliya Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Kuliya Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, and also our Department of Sociology and Anthropology. Also, I want to thank our respected organizers and the participants. Today, inshallah, we will talk something about sociology, shaping sociology. contributions of Western and Muslim sociologists to achieve what we call as social order and stability. And we have to understand, once we come to look for sociology, this is the main goal. We have no more than this goal. Just we want to achieve little bit stability, and we want to know what is that stability. So before I start, if you need any question, don't try to me. Just directly ask to me. Ask to me because I want to listen to your voice. This is very important. Once we come to look for sociology, Western sociology started to began this type of sociology after 19th century, or exactly 18th century. So they started with what we call as 13th and 15th centuries. And the mood at that time was agricultural mood of production. And the way or the type of thought was there, it's a kind of theological thought. What do I mean about theological? Which we call it as religious type of thought. And once we come to look for that society has four main categories. As you can see, royal family, noble men, and religious men, which we call it as church, and farmers. Once we come to look to that category, this type of division, we have what we call as a kind of feudalism. This is a kind of slavery type. How does this type of slavery type come to Europe between 13th and 15th and almost middle or beginning of 16th century? The king, the royal family, control everything in the society. Once we come to look for this type of royal family, they use the noblemen, which we call it as aristocracy group or class. They started to facilitate to them this type of controlling the wealth in the society. Once we come to look for the third category, and this is actually very important category, which we call it as the church or religious men, they start to be between royal family and the farmers. Those farmers, which we call it as ordinary people. That means the nation. That means the majority of people. Once we come to look at this type of religious men, they started to say, oh, don't worry. The idea is very easy. King is a king, noblemen as noblemen, let them to enjoy this type of life. And as farmer, you have to accept yourself as a slave, no problem. Just work as a farmer, you and your family, your children, your all ancestors, and don't worry, in the life after, you will be rewarded. So once we come to look to this type of category, it's a kind of a slavery, a slave life. And you have to accept what Allah or no, what God decides to you. This is actually the message comes from religious men. The king is a king because God decides him to be a king. And you are a slave because God decides for you to be a slave. And if you reject, if you don't accept, oh, noble men can punish you. Don't worry. That means even if we kill you, you have to keep silent. And this is the way how actually comes from 13th to 16th century in Europe, which we call it as Dark Ages. Dark Ages. People in Europe started to live as slaves, which we call it as the normal, ordinary people. Slaves to royal family, slave to noblemen, slave to religious men. I don't want to spend more time. I hope that the idea is clear for you from here. Then we came in Europe to what we call as a new stage, a new age, which we call it as Age of Reason, which started from 16th to 18th century. And this type of 16th to 18th century, some philosophers started to appear. Where? In Europe. And from those, for example, Einstein, for example, Newton, for example, Galileo, and they started to say, no, can't be like this. This system can't be continued in this way. So what should we do? They started to say, oh, we will change this type of traditional system. This traditional system, which is based on religion, keep in your mind, based on religion, is not what do we call as functional in this type of society. What do we need? They said clearly, we don't need religion. And that God, you threaten me with this type of God, we don't need it. We don't need you as a royal family. We don't need you as a religious man. We don't need you as a noble group. And also we don't need your God. This God creates unjust and unfair for the ordinary people. So those Newton, Einstein, Galileo, and many were very optimistic with what do we call as a new type of innovations. This type of what do we call as a new discoveries. This is why Newton came and he started to say, oh, this is the type of gravity. And many followed them, like philosophers and thinkers, and they start to say, yes, we need to develop what do we call as our life economically, and we need liberty from this type of slavery life. And once we reach this type of development, economic development and liberty, we can, what do we call as, improve our life. That means, I want to conclude for you here, we don't need religion as your God, and we need to rely on our thinking in our minds, and we need this type of economic development, and we need what do we call as liberty. And this is why we came to what we call as a French Revolution and Industrial Revolution in 19th century. The French Revolution came to tell us what we call as values. We need values. What type of values we need? What do we call as liberty, freedom? And the Industrial Revolution came to tell us we are the group who will come. What do we call as develop? What do we call as this type of economy, innovations, science, physics, chemistry, natural science. All these new sciences came and started to witness what we call Europe started to witness what do we call as waves of thinkers. They started from France with the Industrial Revolution. Then they moved to what do we call as UK, Britain, and they started with what we call as the Industrial Revolution. And in this type of Industrial Revolution, they started totally reject the previous system, which was based on religion. We don't need religion. We need just what do we call as a kind of this type of economic development. Once we come to look for this type of economic development in 19th or end of 18th century, beginning of 19th century, many thinkers, and I want you to focus here with this type of idea, because we will build many things about this type of idea. Many thinkers were very optimistic if we reject religion, if we rely in our mind, in our reason, and we start to develop our life economically, finally we will solve all our what do we call as issues. Industrial Revolution came, and when Industrial Revolution came, they started to say, okay, we want to develop. Who will develop? I told you before, in the Dark Ages, royal and noble and religious men used to control the wealth. So once they came to develop this type of life, those who were religious and royal and noble started to become what we call as businessmen. They started to open factory, design cities, and they start to what we call as to develop what we call as life, a kind of what we call as economically. While they started to come with this type of development, those, as I told you before, the mode of production was agricultural, am I right? That means the whole nation was working like what? Like farmers, as slaves. They started now to move to the cities. If you want to work, you come to the city, because we design cities. And they started to move from farmers to workers, from farmers to workers. And here started to appear what do we call as the capitalism. And as I told you, thinkers started to say, yes, we need cities, we need economic development, move and migrate. The first issue that farmers lost during their migration from rural areas or the mode of production to what do we call as to the cities, they lost their places where they used to live. And those noblemen, those royal families, those who come from a chain, oh, you want development? Leave the land. This is my land. You were here like a slave, just a slave. And they started to what do we call as migrate from rural mode of production or agricultural mode of production to go to what we call as industrial mode of production. And now those who used to be what we call as this type of noble, they become now capitalists. I want to open what do we call as factories, and I'm very interested with what we call as profits. I don't care about anything more than profits. So based on this, if you can work, you can continue in my factory. If you can't work, go out. If you have what do we call as low wage, go out of my salary, go out of my factory, or you will bring your wife, your children to work with you. Once we started to look to this type of life, we started to see in the street in Europe. We started to see in the street poverty, crime, drugs, children don't go to school, and endless list of what do we call as social problems. And this is why those thinkers previously said, if we reject religion and if we go to this type of industrial life, we can solve our issues. They started to say, oh, what happened? We already moved. We left the agricultural mode of production. We already rejected religion, and we came to build cities, and we are here now, the industrial mode of production. But we started to experience and witness a lot of social problems which were not existent, weren't existing before. And they started to, what happened? What's going on? Those thinkers in 19th century represented Auguste Comte, Emile Durkheim, Karl Marx, Max Weber, and many. And this is the time of what do we call as sociologists. Those thinkers came before to give us this type of direction. If we continue in this way, we can, what do we call as, solve our problems. Now, they started to witness something new, and they started to ask, what's going on? What's going on? Why does the society experience all these social problems? And this is the beginning of sociology. So the first sociologist came, and here in our class today, we will focus just with two sociologists, Auguste Comte and Ibn Khaldun. So Auguste Comte was the first sociologist from Western perspective. And I want you to keep this idea in your mind. From Western perspective. That means all Western people said the first founder, the first father of sociology is Auguste Comte. And Comte believed that sociology is a positive science, similar to all other sciences, such as, like, for example, physics, chemistry, natural sciences, or whatever. He came and he told us, once we come to understand, if we want to create what do you call as a science for studying society, we have to come to create a science exactly similar to these natural sciences, physics, chemistry, natural science, or these things. And he emphasized that this type of natural science or chemistry, this is what we call as positive science or positive philosophy. Why it is positive? I will tell you why. It is positive because we have what we call as an evidence. That means you can touch the results. You can touch the results. Can you see my key? Can you see? Okay. Don't worry about my key. If you bring some water, and if you put this type of water in the freezer, what will happen? The water will become what? Become ice, am I right? So they told us we need a science to give us 100% results. That means there is a law. If I use this type of water and put it in the freezer, 100%, it becomes what do we call as ice. That means this science of physics has a law. And he started to say, how can I create a science to handle issues in the society, which we call it as social problems, by creating a science. So he told us all phenomena are subject to unchanging natural laws. That means if I want to study, for example, poverty, I want to discover what is the law. If I discover the law of poverty, I will stop this type of poverty. It's exactly like what? Like I have water and put it in the freezer. Finally, there is ice. I will come to study what you call as poverty, and I want to discover the law of poverty. Once I discover the law of poverty, means diagnose the law of poverty. That means I will what we call as change poverty to be wealth, or decrease or eradicate poverty. This is why Comte was gradually influenced by changes introduced by this type of law of gravity. Comes from Newton. And I told you before, look to my, for example, look to my what we call as keys. Once you leave your keys or any object from up to down, what do you see? You see what we call as keys come down, or for example, a paper comes down. Why? Because we have a law of gravity. Once we look for ordinary people just can observe what do we call as keys comes down, pen comes down, any object comes down. He told us, once I look to this type of movement, I can't see the key, or I can see the key, but I see also the law of gravity. Yeah? Auguste Comte similarly told us, once I come to look, for example, to homeless people, once I come to look, for example, to students who drop out of school, once we come to look, for example, drug addiction among youth, once we come to look, for example, high rate of divorce, all people can see this type of what we call as activities. People on the street, that means homeless. Drug among youth, this is a kind, everyone can see this, except sociology can see one thing more. What is that? The law of sociology. Why do we have students who drop out of school? Why do we have drug addiction? Why do we have what do we call as homeless? What do we have? High rate of divorce. That means sociology comes to discover what do we call as the law. Similar to physics. We come to discover the law beyond or behind this type of social problems. And this is why Auguste Comte told us, once you discover the law of social problems in the society, you can promote stability, social stability. And you will ask me, sir, what is social stability? It's very easy. Social stability means, or stability means normality, normal life. I will give you one example to make it very clear to you. Once we come, for example, to get married, what is your hope? You want to be with your wife, with your children as a family. Yeah? This is our concept of marriage, am I right? After 1 year, what do we observe in the society? We observe thousands got divorced. So sociology comes to tell us, we don't want something or create something wow. No, we are looking for stability. That means normal life. We will retain those who in the beginning started their life with this type of love to be in one family, then divorce, and we have a lot of children now on the street, we will retain them. That's it. This is the concept of sociology. And you will ask me, sir, is it an easy mission? No, it's so complicated. See, we will go for students who drop out of school. Why do you come to school? For education. Then we will find our children on the street. What is our role? Create stability among those students. Which means we will go to normal life, retain our students just to classroom. That's it. You will ask me, is it easy? It's complicated. Youth come to create and complete their degree and go, for example, to serve the society. We will find our youth with the drug addiction. We will start to deal with them just to retain them from this type of path to just the normal one. This is why Auguste Comte told us we are looking just for something simple, which we call it as stability, but it's very complicated. How can we find this type of what do we call as stability? He told us again and again, how can you discover as a sociologist the laws beyond poverty, laws beyond what we call as drug addiction, laws beyond divorce. If you discover the law and catch it, control it, by diagnose this type of law, directly you will address this type of social problem. Directly. Most importantly, we need one sociologist to discover this type of law. This is why I do believe now you understand it is in the same formula with Newton. Newton was under the tree and the apple comes down. If I was there, maybe I will eat the apple. But Newton didn't eat. Newton took the apple and started to say, oh, the apple doesn't go up, the apple doesn't go right, apple doesn't go left. Why? Then he discovered what we call as the law. And this is actually what happened in sociology. August Comte told us, this is what do we need. We need those who can create or discover the law. Once the law of a human organization have been discovered and formulated, sociologists directly foster social stability. And I will give you one example. Once you become, for example, a sick person, you have a flu, you have coughing, you have what we call as headache, you have, for example, stomach ache, you will go to the medical doctor. Your mom, your dad, your friends can see you with this type of coughing and these symptoms as a sick person. But the medical doctor can see all these symptoms, but he doesn't care about all these symptoms. No. He is looking for the law, where is the area to control this type of disease. Clear? So what happened in medical science, it happens also in social science. This is why sociology is a scientific discipline. Sociology is a scientific discipline. And this is why August Comte told us, if you want to follow this type of scientific discipline to control these social problems, you have to understand you are the person who become a doctor of society, and you have to work outside, not in your office. If you want to talk about anything, poverty, divorce, whatever, you have to go for empirical observation. Go out, don't try from your mind what's going on in the society. By writing, observing, conducting empirical research, you will, what do we call as, understand and discover this type of laws. The discovery of these laws that influence human behavior becomes essential for what? For creating this type of social stability. So with the development of these laws, if we have many sociologists start to work with what we call as poverty, divorce, drug addiction, students who drop out of school, homelessness, etc. What are we going to do? We can create what we call as rational, scientific, sociological explanation. That means we will not use this type of subjective point of view. No, we will look for something rational explanation, scientific explanation, systematic explanation, sociological explanation. And this is actually what do we need. And by this type of sociological explanation, we can reorganize the society. Why do we have poverty? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do we have high rate of divorce? 1, 2, 3, 4. And we will start to what do we call as come with this type of solutions. This is why August Comte told us in the beginning of his designing this type of science, he named this type of science as social physics, not sociology, social physics. Social physics. And why did he change the social physics to society? Actually, he found that another thinker used the same concept, then he came to what do we call as to change. So by this, without deep scientific understanding, without deep sociological understanding that I mentioned to you of how society operates, it is so difficult to know how can you construct better society. If you don't have those sociologists to diagnose what's going on in the society empirically, leaving their offices and go to observe and go to interview and go to collect data, you can design any what do we call as better society. This is why I want you to look for this type of diagram. Once we come to look for scientific application of sociology, it is based on obtaining data, exactly like physics, exactly like chemistry, exactly like what do we call as natural science. And this type of obtaining data will give you what do we call as sociological perspective. If you have the sociological perspective now, you can create what we call as order and stability, social order and stability. What is that stability? I told you. Stability means normality. We want to go just for normal life. That's it. Those who got divorced, we will retain them to live in the same place, in the same family. Those who become drug addiction, we retain them just to school or whatever. And August Comte told us, if we want to achieve this type of mission, we have to use some methods. What are these methods? He told us observation, experimentation, comparison, hysterical analysis. And I don't want to talk about these things because we don't want to, what we call as waste time, because we have another one. So if you ignore these methods that we require PhD students or master students, and now currently with bachelor students, to use all these methods, if you ignore these methods in sociology, what type of thought are you going to what do we call as to produce? A very easy subjective point of view. Something comes from your mind, but without the trust. And this is what we call as, if you continue, this is what we call as judgmental point of view. You talk about, for example, homeless, and you talk about, for example, divorce, and why do we have divorce? And you talk, for example, for example, drug addiction, but you don't have an evidence. That's it. You don't have an evidence. You didn't conduct empirical research to tell me based on results, based on data, based on findings. No, you talk something from your mind. And once you come to this type of a state, you will start with this type of guesses, speculation. There is no proof. There is no evidence. By using speculating about causes, sociologists could not solve social problems. If you start with this type of what we call guesses, there is no stability. And this is what comes in our societies. All whatever opinions we receive, speculating, guesses. We don't have deep understanding based on results or based on what we call as findings. So sociologists without data means without evidence. It becomes guesses. If you continue with these guesses, do you know we have some homes? Oh, I know. I will tell you why do we have homeless. You will start to be judgmental person. Just you want to talk. Imagine if you continue and it becomes part of your character. What are you going to be? Liar. You will tell your friend, hey, don't take it from him. He's not a trust person. He's not a trust person. Don't take it from him. Just he wants to talk. That's it. So once we come to this type of sociology, August Comte told us, once we come to design this type of sociology, this is the queen of science, the queen of science. And this is the top of hierarchy of all sciences. This is the top of all sciences. This is the top of all sciences. The top of hierarchy of all sciences. Why? Because we are dealing with the society and they create stability to the society. We are dealing with the humans. We want to improve the life of the humans. Imagine, we don't need, for example, physics and law and ice and the temperature. No, we are dealing in our life. And this is why he called it as queen of science. And you can imagine, he told us, those sociologists, we must describe them as social prophets. Those come to what do we call as to improve our life. Those are the prophets, the social prophets, sociologists of the scientists of society are to be social prophets, indicating the course and direction of a human organization. And before I go to Ibn Khaldun, and we will not take more time for Ibn Khaldun, I will tell you something which is very important. What is that? Imagine, for example, you cross your street and you manage to see, for example, 2-3 children from your neighbor are smoking. How can you understand the situation? I will tell you how do we understand the situation as sociologists, and how do normal people understand this type of situation. Normal people can close their eyes and move, no problem. This is not my son. Go on. Sociologists told us, if you observe, for example, 2-3, for example, children, for example, or students do something abnormal, this is actually the beginning. If you conduct a research, you will find groups practice the same attitude. Children are smoking. If you become a sociologist, conduct a research, you manage to see 3, but deeply you will discover hundreds or tens or whatever. Sociologists told us, if you manage to discover this type of 2 or hundreds or tens or whatever, and you ignore, what will happen? This is actually what happened in our societies. You ignore, what will happen? I will tell you what will happen. If you observe this type of children and you conduct a research, and you manage to understand there are many of children come with this type of attitude. If you don't address this type of social problem, one day you will find this type of issue in your home. You will send your child to school and the street will welcome him. They will return him to you with addiction. Clear or not clear? So this is the idea comes, all these ideas come from what you call as August Comte. I want to brief to you now Ibn Khaldun, and you will become now a little bit surprised. Once we come to look for Ibn Khaldun came 600 or 6 centuries ago. That means between Ibn Khaldun and August Comte, we have almost 500 years plus. Ibn Khaldun and August Comte, we have a time almost 500 years plus. And Ibn Khaldun founded also a science of social organization, which is not similar to August Comte. No, it's exactly what comes from August Comte. And Ibn Khaldun started to say, oh, the nature of this type of science, the scope of this type of science, it deals with what we call as the society, it deals with the humans, the methods of this type of science, all these details. What came from August Comte originally started with Ibn Khaldun. And to understand more, Ibn Khaldun's role in sociology based on Arabic Islamic philosophy is often neglected in Western texts. I will tell you something. Once you come to what do we call as, look for example, any innovation, this type of mobile phone. You will find, for example, now Samsung, now you will find Huawei, you will find many of these companies. Can we say, for example, these companies managed to create this type of innovation for the first time? No. There is one original factory, one original business factory managed to create this type of innovation, and these all what do we call as companies now started to follow the system. What happened in the West? They started to look to this type of sociology, comes from Ibn Khaldun, and they started to say this sociology started from where? From 19th century August Comte, and neglect what comes from Ibn Khaldun, who came before August Comte 500 plus years before August Comte. And Ibn Khaldun came, and to understand the ridiculous idea for Muslims today, Sorkin is a Western French scholar, one of those who managed to discover from Al-Muqaddimah. All ideas come from August Comte are already in the Muqaddimah, Ibn Khaldun, which we call it as introduction in English. And I want to tell you something about this type of Muqaddimah, which we call it as introduction. Once you come, for example, to write an essay, or you will write, for example, an article, or you will write, for example, a book, you will write an introduction. If you want, for example, write, for example, an essay, you need, for example, one paragraph or one page, am I right? Then you will go to the body, then you will go to the conclusion. Ibn Khaldun wrote Al-Muqaddimah, which we call it as introduction, one volume, more than 500 pages. And Ibn Khaldun had the intention, I'm coming to write to you now the body of this type of knowledge. But Ibn Khaldun passed away, and we are Muslims, we are very lazy, we didn't know anything about sociology, and Western scholars, after 500 years, started to take this type of knowledge and attribute it to what we call as Western sociologists like August Comte. So Sorkin and other Western scholars managed to discover this type of truth. And they told us the earliest systematic writing in sociology, both in sociology and urban sociology, rural urban sociology, comes from Al-Muqaddim, from Ibn Khaldun. It's 100% Islamic knowledge. And I will show you now. So Sorkin considered Ibn Khaldun and his Muqaddimah the early systematic writing in sociology and urban, what we call as rural urban sociology. And he said, this is the founder of sociology. Ibn Khaldun was called from Sorkin and some Western scholars the original founder of sociology, not Auguste Comte. Not Auguste Comte. So based on this, Ibn Khaldun told us, once you look for this type of muqaddimah, he told us this type of science, which we call it as sociology, and he named it as Ilmul Umran in Arabic. Ilmul Umran. He told us when I came to design this type of science, I was fully aware to create this type of science which can create stability to the society. And he told us this type of science is totally independent. That means it is not part from history. It is not part from philosophy. It is not part from what you call as political science. This type of science comes to diagnose social issues in the society and create solutions by addressing these social issues. Once we address these social issues, we can reach normality or stability by creating healthy society, normal society. So in this case, the science of Ilm al-Umran is different from any other sciences. History, political science, this type of philosophy, with all respect to all these sciences. But what do I want to say? Based on Ibn Khaldun, this is original. And this is actually what comes from where? From Auguste Comte. He told us also, this is original. This is also what do we call as a new science to handle what do we call as society. But Ibn Khaldun said something very interesting. What is that? He told us, take care, this type of science is not mine. Just I managed to read Al-Quran and I was inspired by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to discover this type of science. I managed to know about Fir'aun, I managed to know about Thamud, I managed to know about Lut, I managed to know about Ad, I managed to know all these, what do we call as, all these villages or nations or whatever. And I know why did they face this type of raising or what we call as declining. And based on this, he managed to discover this type of science. That means Ibn Khaldun didn't attribute this type of science to his mind. No, he attributed this type of science to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we will go back to what do we call as now, to the same diagram that I showed you before. Comes from Auguste Comte. Whatever we have here comes from Auguste Comte. We have to conduct empirical research in the beginning, scientific application of society. That means empirical to obtain data. As Ibn Khaldun mentioned, it comes from Auguste Comte. Just he copied. The same. He told us once we come to look for research methodology, we have to look for observation, experimentation, comparison, historical analysis. And if we ignore, we will become subjective and judgmental. And you will now look to the amazing ideas coming from Ibn Khaldun. And he told us, once you come to this type of observation, he told us, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us, أَفَلَا يُبْصِرُونَ أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَيَنْظُرُوا. And look to your eyes. In sociology, if you can't see a social issue, and you listen about this type of social issue, and you come to describe it, this is what do we call as, in Western countries or Western knowledge, we call it as subjective or judgmental. But Quran said no, this is not subjective and this is not judgmental. He said, if you have no evidence, قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Bring your proof if you are truthful. If you want to talk about something, you come to observe, to use your eyes, and you will show the results. This is the proof. In Western countries, they told us, this is a kind of judgmental, this is a kind of subjective point of view. There is no tolerance with Quran. No, Quran said, this is a kind of liar. What is the evidence? يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبينوا أن تصيبوا قوما بجهالة. All believers, if a sinner comes to you with the news, verify. So Auguste Comte came just to adjust all these ideas. And look, if you come and you will become, as I told you, a kind of a fasiq. Oh, Is there any something more, for example, serious from this type of concept? Yes. Look here, the hadith. If you continue with this type of judgments, and you will start to look in all the ways to support your ideas, you are a liar. You are a liar. وما يزال الرجل يكذب ويتحرى الكذب حتى يكتب عند الله كذابا. Imagine. And the man continues with the lie and seek to lie until he will be written as a liar. So what do I want to say? Once we come to look to this type of sociology, sociology comes to address our life. Address our life. But once we come to address our life, we have to understand how to discover all these laws, to understand how can we deal with the humans in the society. And there are laws. Once we discover all these laws, we can finally start to solve all these social problems, and we will start to improve our life. Last point I will tell you, last point I will share with you, or let me go if you have any question. And I'm almost done. If you have anything, you can raise now to between the discussion. Thank you so much. And if there is something, I will add it now. Go on. Any question, please?
Assalamualaikum. Sorry.
Salam wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for wonderful sharing. MashaAllah.
Thank you.
Now we come to the stage of Q&A.
Okay.
All participants, if you have a question, you can raise up your hand or you can write in the chat box.
Actually, it becomes like one line. If you can just, I don't know how can I open the whole page. If you can, please go on. Just ask directly. I want to. Okay.
Yeah.
I think. It's okay.
In the
Any question, please go on.
Yes, they're here from in the chat box. They have a question from. Let me check again. From.
Please ask directly. Let us to create this type of interaction. Directly ask.
Yeah.
Yes, go on. Ahmad.
Yeah. Okay. Let me unmute him. Okay, brother. You can direct question. I'm already unmuted.
Yes, Ahmad.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam wa barakatuh.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, sir. Now,
Thank you.
having said that all, I want to ask, is there any, this August come, has it the knowledge of Arabic for him to have tapped the idea of Ibn Khaldun? Is there any relationship within him? You know, the time he came, I want to believe August Com is not an Arab. And
Correct.
I can
He's
see
a France.
yes, I can see where he can have a contact with that of the work of Ibn Khaldun, which is written in Arabic. Can you
Very
share?
clear. Very clear, Ahmad. Actually, what happened after the destruction of Islamic civilization, all these knowledges, all these disciplines actually were taken to what we call as Western countries. And they started actually, until now, they have, for example, in medicine, for example, in astronomy, for example, in physics, for example, Ibn al-Haytham, for example, they managed to translate all these, what do we call as disciplines, and they started to build on all these disciplines. And this is very important. Even, I don't want to elaborate more, but even, for example, once you come, for example, for Karl Marx, the same. Once you go, for example, for Emil Durkheim, the same. I'm writing a book to show you all these ideas come from Ibn Khaldun and Al-Quran and the Islamic literature. This is the idea. Once they come to obtain all this type of literature from Muslim background or Islamic background, they started to translate it. As you can see, for example, today, actually, language is a kind of a medium. Language is a medium. This is why, as I told you, once you look, for example, to Sorkin, this type of a claim doesn't come from Muslims. No, it comes from Sorkin. It comes from, he's a French also. He's a French, and comes from also many Western scholars. They said, oh, all these ideas came from Auguste Comte, already existed in Al-Muqaddimah, comes from Ibn Khaldun. So the idea is a kind of what do we call as just translation. This is the idea. Any more questions? Is it clear for you, Brother Muhammad, Brother Ahmad? Brother Ahmad, is it clear for you? Any more questions, please?
Brother,
Yes.
maybe there is many questions, but the participants sometimes that maybe because of the internet, sometimes difficult for them.
What happened to the Muslim world that shifted from leading to lead all these social aspects? Let me tell you something about Muslim society, Brother Abdul Hakim. Brother Abdul Hakim, we have no sociology in our Muslim society. Believe me, sociology comes in the lowest rank of disciplines. Once you go to the West, sociology comes on the top of the hierarchy. And this is the idea. If you look, for example, to our children, and you will ask, what do you want to study? Sociology? What are you going to be? We don't know about sociology. We don't know. We don't value sociology. Muslims don't value sociology. Sociology is the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I said to our colleagues from Quran and Sunnah, sociology is the science of Quran. Sociology is the message of Quran, not memorizing Quran. No, sociology is the message of Quran. If you come to understand and become a professional in sociology, you will practice what come with our prophets. How can you improve this type of life? But what is the difference? Once we come to look for Islamic sociology, and this is what do I include, I tell you, okay, we will improve our life in this life, but you have to remember your life after. We have to understand this is the message of Allah. I want to tell you something. Once you come, for example, to our bodies. Once you look, for example, I have cough, I have, for example, headache, I have, for example, fever, I have, for example, many things. Once you have more and more pain, more and more diseases, what will happen? Your body will become slower and slower. Slower. Am I right or not? Society is like this. Once you have, for example, this type of, for example, homeless, students who drop out of school, for example, divorce, the society with homeless, okay, one issue, no problem. Once you have this type of divorce, oh, another one. Once you have students who drop out of school, another one. Once you have drugs, another one. Once you have what do you call as a crime, that means the society will become slower and slower. This is why we need to go with what we call as a kind of healthy society. And this type of healthy society, don't think this type of healthy society we will create wings to the society to be heaven. No, we want to go to be normal. What is normal? Normal, just we have families. They come to get married based on love to create the society, and then we have suddenly thousands of these families broken. We want to just return them. Imagine yesterday, 3 days ago, I found a percentage in Arab world about divorce. Iraq alone, and this is actually very efficient statistics. Every single day they have 6,500 divorce cases. Every single day. That means 6,500 families are already broken. If you multiply these 600,000 families in three children, that means we have 180,000 on the street. Unhealthy children. If you multiply this type of statistics with 30 days, you have 450 children. You have 4,050 children, 450,000 children on the street. What is our goal? We want to retain them. Is it easy? It's not that easy. This is why we encourage more and more our youth to understand sociology. And once you understand sociology, I will guide you to understand what comes from the West, but I will also guide you to understand what comes as a message from Allah. You have to understand the origin. And I found all the students comes, they don't know we have this type in thought in our Quran. And even when I studied this type of knowledge, and I graduated my bachelor in Al-Azhar University, imagine I didn't know about Ibn Khaldun. Imagine I knew about Ibn Khaldun here in International Islamic University. You have to understand Western perspective as well as Islamic perspective. Any more questions, please? Once you retain the law of the Quran. Correct. It is the responsibility of the Ummah, Julia. But as I told you, we need to, in Quran we call it as causes. Al-Akhd bil-Asbab. These laws that Quran actually mentioned, if you read, for example, in Surah Al-Kahf, when I forget the ayah, meaning everything has a cause. And these are actually the laws. So the responsibility of the Ummah, yes, to go with what do we call as, to go with this type of responsibility. But the Ummah is sleeping. Where are we? We have to create this type of initiative, even if we have this type of individual initiative. To start, we want to start. Any more questions, please? You deliver. Oh, thank you. Come to introduce sociology as a discipline, while Ibn Khaldun's as historical event. No, not historical events. Let me, Bilal. It is not a historical event. No. Let me tell you something. Ibn Khaldun, when he came, Western countries use this type of what do we call as a science to continue studying their social problems. What happened with Ibn Khaldun? Ibn Khaldun wrote the introduction, and he studied Arab society. Arab society at that time has what do we call as a kind of eager to power. So he started to see what do we call as Arabs come to power and kill each other and the destruction of Arabia. So Ibn Khaldun started to create this type of empirical study. But Ibn Khaldun designed to us what we call as the methodology. The methodology is related to what we call as observation, related to what we call as experimentation, related to historical analysis, related to comparison. So Ibn Khaldun, yes, he conducted a research related to Arabs and how do they obtain this type of power. Then this is not the contribution of Ibn Khaldun. The contribution of Ibn Khaldun, how to create what we call as the methodology. And the methodology comes from the Quran. Imagine, Auguste Comte created this type of sociology and never ever conducted any type of research. Imagine. But what happened in Western countries when they experienced this type of effective solutions come from this type of methodology, they start to increase the production. This is why sociology becomes the top of hierarchy. And as I told you, we are the owners of this type of knowledge. We forget, we ignore. We are not what do we call as free to take care our religion. So we quit, because actually, if you want to be a sociologist, it's tiring. You are the person who will go under the sun. You are the person who will go to the street. And actually, we are Muslims. We don't believe it. We love offices. We love this type of relaxation. We want to write something in our minds, but we don't want to spend our time and efforts. Yes, Isha. Yes, go on. Musa, go on, please, if you have a question.
Mostly they are in the chat box, Doctor.
What is it?
From Hassan, yeah? They also have question.
Okay.
What are the
box of Islamic sociology? Hassan. Unfortunately, we have no recognized box related to Islamic sociology. We have some writers who wrote about sociology. For example, Malik bin Nabi, you can find, but not systematic. For example, Ali Sharia, but not systematic. Do you understand? This is why we need sociologists to come to design, to focus, to take these theories, to create textbooks. For example, I'm teaching, do you know, Western box. I'm teaching Western box. And I start to pick up from here and here. This is why actually our organizer said, I'm writing a book about theories, Islamic and Western theories. This is actually the challenge. This is the challenge. We don't have this type of systematic rules to create this type of what we call as Islamic sociology. And once we come to create this type of Islamic sociology, we should not go and ignore the Western sociology. We want to know what did they do, and we will start to learn from all these experiences, and we will start to continue. But if we can do it, we can make something amazing. Why? Because we have the deep understanding comes from Quran. This is the idea. Any more questions, please? Any more questions? Any issue?
Yeah, there's I think that's all from the participant, I think. So
Thank you.
because we also passed the time, thank you very much for your wonderful sharing, and mashallah, this is a very power information.
Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate all our participants. And I will end my speech. If anyone needs any help related to research, related to what we call as design, for example, thesis, any help with whatever related to sociology, especially qualitative, don't hesitate. Inshallah, I will try to inshallah help and serve all of you. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah kul khair. May Allah bless all of you. Thank you so much for this type of very beautiful session that you allow me to present to you. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you too, Dr.